Works and Planning Commission of August 2nd. And for all of those who are interested, there are 145 shopping days left to Christmas. All right, so please make a note of that. If I'm around after 48 hours, I would expect lots of nice presents for this year. We have a full agenda. I am going to take chairman's privilege and move 2 items. I am going to move item 9 to position number 3, and then swap number 3 to position number 9. So, that being said, I am going to call on Vice Chair Piercy for the minutes, please.
Chairman Cush, I have reviewed the minutes and find them in order and do move for their approval.
All right. We have a motion. I would need a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes. Very good. All right. Item number 2 is a letter of agreement for the direct appropriation, and appreciation grant for government entities. And I would like to recognize Miss Donna Barrett and Brian Terry, right? And where is Shane Reeves? There he is. He was hidden behind Commissioner Phillips. Do you guys want to get some TV time, or you just want to say hi? Hi. Okay. Very good. All right, Donna.
If I'm lucky, they'll give me a thumbs up in a minute.
Yeah, we'll give him a pat on the back here in a minute.
Okay. I was told there's a PowerPoint. I sent in a PowerPoint.
There is?
Who controls it?
That would be IT Doug.
Hi, Doug. If we don't hit next page, I'll say next page, but it should be self-evident where I'm going with this. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Thank you again for letting me present before you today. You have in your packet a resolution, and what I want to talk about is the history that has gotten us here to that resolution. And we're going to start in the first page of my PowerPoint. I'm going to tell you how we got here. As you all know, I came on the Solid Waste Central Tennessee Regional Planning Board, that big old word that I'm just going to call the Regional Board, 2 years ago, and we've had a lot of activity since then. In April of this year, I made a presentation to my regional board regarding the history of the 3 solid waste acts that Tennessee has implemented in the last 30 years, and what those actions were and what the responsibilities were within those 3 acts for various entities, including the regional board. A week after that, I made a presentation to this board of that same history and a little shorter brief of the responsibilities of the entities all assigned within that 30-year history and within the legislative record. Next page. Of those presentations and that 30-year history, there's a combined solid waste acts goals. And those goals are waste avoidance, waste reduction, recycling, composting, household hazardous waste collection, education, and technical assistance. And we do get all of those sometimes in various forms from various people. But those acts goals are there and implemented from time to time. Now, we achieve those goals, next page, with various entities. And those include various state agencies, about 4 of those. The counties are involved in achieving those goals. The municipalities, my regional board, and the 6 others that are still active, developmental districts, and advocacy groups. So we have about 7 groups. They're active, but they're not always working in tandem. We've learned that over all of our experiences with our local issue, as well as what I've learned with the 4 counties I'm working with the region. Next page. And in that history, as I presented it to my board on April the 7th, I promised the board members of the region that I would come back with a proposal for fulfilling our responsibilities for overseeing, directing, and implementing the waste reduction efforts for the region. An idea had already formed. I did not have it in written format yet, just an idea in my head and some bullet points. On April the 11th, I met with our state delegation and discussed with them the pilot program bullet points to determine if there's feasibility for that action coming down from the state level. I also discussed with the governor's office staff and introduced them to the suggested program. So this was 3 days before, I'll remind you, I met with this board, the full commission, on April 14th, giving you the historical background for the regional waste programs in the state of Tennessee. We fast forward, and on June 3rd, the state passed the budget. In that budget was this $2.5 million appropriation we were talking about, and it passed the appropriations with the legislative intent for this program. And our senator and House member here will answer any questions you might have about that, but they're here to support that initiative as we presented it. July 21st was when I was notified that there was a current grant form that needed action, and that the county was going to need some information, supporting documentation in order to go and implement and accept that grant award and subsequently do a grant, a sub-grant award for the region, and we'll get into that in a moment. So presently I've been working with finance and Mr. Beatty's office to provide all the backup documentation that's going to be needed for this initiative. Program goal, this program that I'm going to discuss with you, it has the exact same goals that the acts have had for the last 30 years. The difference with this, it's going to be defined and a replicable process. So we're going to present a program, implement it in a small area, work out the kinks, and then if the state's happy with it, hopefully we can make that a statewide program, cut and paste, make things just smoother, and some of our small counties not have to encounter some of the bumps and things that we've encountered along the way. Now, let me explain to you a little bit more about the pilot program. The mission of the pilot program is to maximize the state, local, regional alternative solid waste tools, plans, and goals in order to achieve the most cost-effective and efficient management. Some of those goals, and again, this falls in line with everything that's already statutorily out there and that we've been trying in various forms and approaches over the last 30 years. This is, I believe, the way to take those 30 years of efforts, refocus them, and make them more effective for the next 30 to 40 to 50 years. Some of the focus on that is going to be standardizing education and awareness for state and locals to implement, coordinating with the advocacy groups we have out there, identifying needs that we may have from the cities and the counties. And Commissioner, you will appreciate this. We have local radio, TV stations, but we don't have any education programs on there for recycling, diversion, things along that line. So we want to maximize on the assets we have that we don't currently utilize in all the counties in the area. Optimize the recycling center footprints, identify recycling and private partnerships, standardize solid waste diversion standards for the vendors, and identify statutory changes that could improve attaining our goal. Again, those are broad benchmarks and categories that I know we're going to start off looking into. And I'll give you an example for the identify statutory changes. I met with a recycling company, and they take in the discs. One of the products that get delivered there are the discs, like you would have your medical reports or something on. If it is a medical report, even though they shred it up to such a fine process that it can't be put together, the rules prohibit them from taking that and recycling it, so that ends up going into our landfill. Now, I know that's a small explanation, but we have those throughout that are just hiccups in the way that prohibit us from fully recognizing the efforts that we'd like to see in place. Now, these tools are going to be better defined and fleshed out as the program matures. So this is just to give you some idea of what we're going to start looking at to make improvements and to solidify the process. Next page. And I know one of the big questions is, what is the funding going to be used for? It is one-time dollars, but it is not dollars that run out, meaning at the end of the fiscal year, it doesn't revert back. This stays with the program to see the program through. And we currently see the funding being used for some necessary services. These I see as the beginning. It will grow and become better defined again as the program matures. but we'll need some curriculum coordination, nonprofit coordination, grant coordination, private sector coordination, IT support, legal counsel. We've encountered the lack of that in the last couple of years, and then general administrative support to have everything running in a smooth fashion, as our administrative support staff always do in any organization. Now, the reason that this has come before you and I'm presenting, and the resolution you're going to see talks about it going through the regional board, is because of how the board is structured and the history we've had for the last 30 years. This page provides the statutory support for how this is going to flow. The regional solid waste planning boards, by Tennessee law, are to administer the activities of the region. This will be an activity of the region. Additionally, the regional solid waste handbook elaborates and reiterates our responsibilities in stating that we're responsible for overseeing, directing, and implementing waste reduction efforts that lead the region toward meeting the state reduction and diversion goal. And then lastly, every county that is part of this region authorized this region with a county resolution. And part of that resolution empowered this board in the performance of its duties to cause a municipal solid waste region plan to be produced. I'm giving you the exact language that came from those, so we have those for documentation. Next page. The program, as proposed, will provide quarterly reports to the Rutherford County Solid Waste Director and the Rutherford County Public Works Commission. This is in addition to and above what's going to be required both by the county in the sub-grant agreement, as well as any addition that the state requires for reporting back on I think there's our annual reports or audit reports to do. So we're adding additional reporting to that and coming back to this board quarterly with the actions that will be taking place. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. I'm sure there are some questions. I will save mine till the end. So I am looking at the committee. Commissioner Blair.
How will you coordinate the professional services that you'll utilize as far as the regional board to bring these solutions to bear? This committee has been meeting for 4 years, looking at all sorts of recycling opportunities, diversion, and we've had some difficulty along the way. And so, will the regional board just get all the ideas and innovations and bring them to bear to share with the 4 counties in our region?
4 counties.
And make decisions on or advise each county as to, the best way to pursue? I guess just trying to find how this makes its way back to Rutherford County and the other 3 counties.
Commissioner, we're looking at a day-to-day program for a period of time, where these contracted entities that's their daily job, is to work on these. There'll be a program manager that will coordinate, direct these positions, these coordinations that we've talked about. The intent will be to contract with an individual, because we're not a governmental entity, so it won't be employees. During the time of this pilot, it will be contracted services to provide the IT, the legal, the nonprofit coordination. But this isn't going to be a committee that meets once a week. This is going to be a fully active, working company, for lack of a better word, during the term of this. That'll be their job. Then they'll report back to the region, and the region will then prepare reports that come here, and then on to the state.
Commissioner Dodd.
Thank you, Chairman. So the funds, the funds are allocated to Rutherford County.
Correct.
And the request, the resolution at the back of this letter is for us to assign it to the Central Tennessee Board.
Yes.
And that, I know you went through the history, but did the state legislature anticipate the funds were going to your board?
I think the delegation can confirm that.
Why weren't the funds written to your board? Because you're not a government agency? That's the interlocal agreement, or the...
I can tell you the history with this board and how funds have come down. Back before all of our time, right after this board was formed, the next activity, literally all the boards had, all the regional boards had, was to develop their comprehensive 10-year plan. And that is a program that took place exactly the way this did. The board was formed. In our case here, our region, Rutherford County, has always been the bookkeeper. So Mark Tucker, when we have an invoice, we approve it, it goes, and Mark handles the funds for that and requires all the backup documentation. But when this board was first formed and the need for the requirement for the comprehensive planning report to be put together, the board, again, was a group meeting once a quarter, once a month. They didn't have what Commissioner Blair was alluding to, the daily power to do that. They contracted out with an entity to write up the report, develop the report over a period of months. They provided the service. The monies came from the state to Rutherford County, to the commission, to the regional board. The regional board approved the work, and then Rutherford County paid the bill as the bookkeeper. This is the exact same process we're going through. It's just a different program than what they implemented when they were doing the comprehensive 10-year plan.
The funds would be deposited into Rutherford County General Fund?
Yes.
And we...
Earmarked for the central board.
Correct, but the funds would be in Rutherford County's
Yes.
checking account?
Yes.
And we would process invoices from your vendors, or... I'm summarizing.
Yeah, yes, sir.
That's how it would work. Okay.
Ms. Barrett, we have a special request.
Yes, sir.
For the mayor.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Barrett, I know that the letter that's before the commissioners came from Commissioner Sawyers at TDEC. His language, you had to read into it, but he left it broad. But I'd like to hear from our legislative delegation, the ones that actually Representative Brian Terry and Senator Shane Reeves, to share with this body and commission what the intent, because they had to sell it and get it into the budget. So just to back up and go on record that is intended for your solid waste regional authority. They worked with the speakers and the finance committee to get this kind of money. It's a
Thank you, guys. Representative Brian Terry. In the bigger picture, as this came together, the legislative intent for this particular funding is to put essentially legislative and financial stamp of approval on the Tennessee Central Region Solid Waste Board's 10-year plan and their work towards solutions that do not involve the proposed northern expansion of Middle Point landfill. And that's essentially what this is about. And this is something that I mean, this wasn't the only thing dealing with the landfill and the issue out there and solid waste in this region that I've spoken with the governor, his staff, the speaker multiple times on this, and I know Donna spoke with the speaker about this as well. And so that's what the intent of this is. And they, when I spoke with the speaker's staff on this, this was how they had to word this in the budget and got that through. But that is what the intent is for this bill.
I don't have anything more to add. Yeah, that's what it was.
Are you in agreement with?
The Senate concurred, right?
Yeah, I concur. That was the intent, and
Very
to
good.
prevent the expansion of it.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen. Any questions for our representatives, legislative body? Yes, Commissioner.
That is correct. I will say that obviously we had a surplus last year, and we will have a surplus this year. And so if there are other things from a solid waste perspective that you guys need our help on, whether it's for the Rutherford County landfill, anything, I've had these discussions before. There's some funding potential out there, but this is a one-time funding.
Like if we are in a situation where we need the state to help us and possibly build in a transfer station, there's still an opportunity there that could get state assistance.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Of course, it's a budget process for next year, but yeah, bring it to us, and whatever we need to do, obviously we'll help and see what we can get done.
And to be clear, there's no matching funds, anything like that. This is a one-time deal, and there's no real expiration on this money, right? It's not a use it or lose it by the end of a fiscal year. Okay, all right, very good. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, P, you were hidden.
Just a question, kind of follow up on something I heard over there. I don't get the feeling from looking at this that our board is going to try to give us direction on which way we need to go with a specific company or process. Any of y'all want to elaborate on that?
Can I answer that, the first quarterly update? There's a lot of information still to gather. And for those of you that are familiar with my service on the Election Commission, when I started looking at solutions to give my board, the regional board, that board immediately came to mind. The Election Commission is a standalone commission with the state of Tennessee. They handle all of the advocacy, coordinate the advocacy, the education, the approving of election equipment. They do not mandate which election equipment the counties choose, but they provide the approved list, if you will. So if you're asking what we have in mind and is there going to be a mandate, maybe the education aspect, maybe not. Maybe this is the set curriculum that keeps everything consistent. Every county's different in size and scope, but there may be some minimums, yes, I'll say that, but not an overall, we're mandating every single thing you do, but best practices for sure.
Vote on it, pass it on to. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Did I understand you to say, of course, it's one-time occurring money, and it's coming to the county to
Yes, sir.
delegate it back out to your committee, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it going to be delegated back as needed or all at once?
I'm still working with Lisa, the finance office, as to what the details in terms of a sub-recipient agreement is.
If it was delegated back all at once, would there be a chance that you would maybe lose that money to a lawsuit
No.
if you were sued for some type of action your board had taken?
No, the terms and agreements will address those issues. This will stay simply for the funding of this.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
You
Commissioner Dodd.
mentioned a moment ago, can this board have employees, or you said you cannot? You alluded to that.
This program will not start off having employees. The board can contract with entities, but no, we will not be employees.
Do you anticipate having an administrative assistant, for instance, that's salaried with this money, and who would that person be employed by? Or are you telling me no employees? You cannot have employees. Can the Regional Solid Waste Board have an employee?
We do not have employees. So if you ask me, can we? There's nothing that I've seen in our statute that gives us that. But give me just one moment. I have some wording that may help us both.
Do you envision?
I envision employees coming at the point that this becomes a statewide program. Until that point in time, it will be contracted services, whatever the service is that is provided.
And we had the Special Solid Waste Subcommittee. For a long time and a lot of work. I'm saying you guys could almost become our resource. The solid waste board could maybe pick up what we did and run with it, or enhance it, or, so I was just, and again, I may be going too far down in the weeds.
I think you're envisioning what it could be, and I like that. I appreciate that. Right now, it's a pilot program, and I'm working within the confines of the pilot, which is a $2.5 million allocation with these goals, and it won't be funded again. My anticipation is the next funding would come when this is solidified, presented to the state, and the state determine if they want to continue this pilot or if they want to take it and make it something permanent on a statewide level.
Chairman, so the 2.5 million is coming to Rutherford County, but it's going to be transferred to the regional board, not only to help Rutherford County with its waste issues, but also the other counties as well.
In developing the program, the plan, yes, it'll be the 4 counties, their information, their resources, not the resources, it'll be the 4 counties that we implement this in. So we'll determine, and the goal is to for example, we've got education curriculum on there. The goal would be, what I think is envisioned with this program, is develop a educational program, let's say for the school system, and then have Rutherford County, Cannon, Coffee, and Warren implement those, fine-tune it, then we can take that to the state and say, look, this is what Rutherford, Coffee, Cannon, and Warren did. Take this and make this statewide.
So those, correct me if I'm wrong, these 7 milestones, they're trying to solidify, get direction on, and then take those to the 4 counties and develop an education training program, and then as a pilot program, when those get fine-tuned, take that across to the state. And then when that happens, hopefully folks similar to these 2 guys can appropriate money across the state of Tennessee.
If I can, I think I can put this in a better perspective, and I meant to include this in my notes. We have vote centers here in Rutherford County, and we all love them. You can go vote anywhere you want to. That is now a statewide application. If the county meets certain bandwidth, size, and other criteria. That vote center process started as a pilot program in Rutherford County only. We fine-tuned that process over a 2-year process, 2-year election cycle. Worked out the bugs, determined staffing needed, education needed, equipment needed, where it could and couldn't work, then turned it back over to the state, and the Election Commission then went to the General Assembly and said, Rutherford County fine-tuned it, we worked out the bugs, it works great, here's the SOP for doing it, we suggest you make it available statewide. That's what I'm looking to see happen with this.
Any other questions?
Well, as she
Chairman
pointed
Green.
out, we've done several things like that. The drug courts, for instance, initiated here in this county, and there are other programs like this, and I think this is something worth forwarding, especially since our delegation is behind this and actually pushed to get this money for us. But unless you've got a lot more questions, I'm willing to go ahead and make a motion. And I'm gonna just read this bottom line here of this resolution. Be it resolved that the Rutherford County Finance Department and trustee are directed to allocate the funds in accordance with all applicable grant terms and agreements to the Central Tennessee Regional Solid Waste Planning Board, subject to the signing of a Rutherford County sub-recipient agreement and pending Rutherford County attorney approval. Mr. Chairman, I so move.
All right. All right, we have a second. We have a motion by Chairman P., and we have a second by Commissioner Blair. All those in favor?
Discussion, please.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Will we I support your motion, but will we see a more thorough description of how the funds are going to be transferred? 'Cause I don't want a lump sum going. I want some oversight of the funds. Can we fine-tune the program?
I'm working with Ms. Nolan's office, and she is requesting additional information that my goal is to have it ready for budget tomorrow. I thought budget was Thursday, so my goal is to have it ready tomorrow, or at least a good portion of it. If not, I will definitely have it all ready before the full commission meeting.
And I don't know that we have to have that, but this just says we can sign the grant and assign it. But
Your subrecipient agreement requires that, so I've already been briefed on that.
thank you.
All those in favor of that motion signify aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
But since this is handling money, do we need to do a voice
Do a roll
vote?
call? Most definitely. Rachel?
Commissioner Blair,
Yes.
Commissioner Sereno,
Yes.
Commissioner P,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Piercy,
Yes.
Commissioner Dodd,
Yes.
Chairman Cush.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you.
Chairman Harris.
Before Shane and Brian go, when I first came a commissioner, there was a little discontent between us and the delegates.
No.
And one of the things is for 4 years, and I'm telling y'all this because this is my opportunity before the election. So I want to tell you both how thankful I am, how much y'all have had my back, and how much y'all have helped me. So I wanted to say that to everybody, because if I get beat Thursday night, I'll never get another chance to say it. So I wanted to tell y'all that, how much I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. And on top of that, thank you for this hard work. As Rutherford County and the other 3 counties involved, we thank you for this appropriation of the $2.5 million. For 4 years, I have whined about the poor education that we have done inside this community about recycling, about solid waste. This will help jumpstart that. And Donna, I want to thank you for your hard work, your diligence. Unbelievable, unbelievable. She is a chopper. She is a chopper. So, gentlemen, thank you so much, and thank you for your attendance tonight. Thank you, sir. Well, P read the last paragraph of the resolution. Yeah, and we will send this to full commission, and so thank you all. Thank you.
Well, it'll go to budget tomorrow night.
Yeah, it goes to budget, yeah. All right, very good. All right, we are then on to the next item, which I am moving up. As I told you, this will be the interlocal agreement discussion of the annexation of the Rockvale area. And we have Mr. Sam Huddleston from the city of Murfreesboro, and a cohort that chooses to remain incognito.
Thank
So
you.
Sam, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Cush, Mayor Ketron, and members of the committee. Sam Huddleston with City of Murfreesboro. I'm Director of Development Services. Have with me tonight our Deputy City Attorney, David Ives, and also from our Planning Department, our Director, Greg McKnight, and our Assistant Director, Matthew Blomley. And we do bring business to the committee tonight from the Murfreesboro Planning Commission. I have a lot of detailed information. I'll be glad to go as deep as this committee needs us to give an understanding and background. But what we have before you tonight is a interlocal agreement involving a non-contiguous annexation in the Rockvale area. In the agenda materials that we provided to Mayor Ketron and Mr. DeMasi last week, you have a draft of a interlocal agreement between the City of Murfreesboro and Rutherford County. You also have an annexation study which includes our plan of services on how we propose to provide city services to that area. There's also an exhibit there that shows really the areas of interest, existing city limits, the property to be annexed, and the interceding property that would not be annexed, which would leave a gap between the current city limits and the proposed annexation. And then at the back of the package we submitted to you were some excerpts of a traffic study with some recommendations about the traffic operation and traffic improvements that could possibly be used in the Rockvale School Complex. The Murfreesboro Planning Commission voted to recommend annexation to our mayor and council for about a 68-acre parcel south of the Rockvale School. That map there would show you the information that we have. In the yellow is the city limits. The blue shaded area would be the 68 acres that was requested, and the area of the state right-of-way for State Route 99 would be the property, would be the area that we would normally recommend annexation if this were a contiguous annexation. The 68-acre parcel is recommended for a single-family residential subdivision. The reason that we're here addressing that tonight actually goes back several years to when there was an agreement to extend city sewer into this region, and also to establish a sanitary sewer assessment district. And by city policy, we require for developers or property owners who wish to have access to city sewer, they must request annexation, and then we work through that annexation process with them. In some instances, we will occasionally not recommend annexation and serve that property as an outside the city sewer customer. However, in this case, because of several factors, staff recommended and the Plan Commission agreed that we should annex this property and for it to be developed according to city standards, and to use the non-contiguous annexation process. That process requires, under the state law, requires that we develop an interlocal agreement that would address two things on the area that is not annexed, those being provision of emergency services, and also what happens to the maintenance of the roads and bridges that are used to provide services between the two portions of city. And so what we do know is that for emergency services, those would continue to be provided by Rutherford County through EMS, fire, and the Sheriff's Department, along with the authority that Tennessee Highway Patrol would have to provide law enforcement in the state right-of-way. Regarding roads and bridges, that is a state route, and the state would continue to maintain that as a state route. The city, in our draft agreement, we have proposed to review and approve any roadway improvement plans that would occur in the state right-of-way. And we've also agreed to inspect those, and we have proposed that if the county engineer desires to review those, that we would include a $500 review fee to help offset the county's expenses on that. And then the third thing that we have proposed to do would be to match with the county dollar for dollar up to $500,000 a proposed inducement to TDOT to have them to consider and take on the improvements of State Route 99 from where the proposed 99 Phase 3 project would end near Veterans Parkway through and beyond the Rockvale School Complex to include the frontage of the proposed property. And we propose to do that, match that dollar for dollar if we could enter into a city, county, and TDOT agreement for those future improvements. We ask that you review and approve this tonight and recommend its approval to the full county commission at its next available meeting. I and the remainder of our staff are available for any questions or discussions you might have.
Yes, Chairman.
So help me out here. My understanding, anytime there's annexation, the city has to provide all the services. Am I correct? As far as fire, police, maintenance, is that not? Am I wrong in that?
Yes, and in our annexation study that was in the agenda items, there was a provision of city services, a plan to provide city services.
Okay, but
to
there's
the
going to
annexation
be
area.
Nothing's going to be built. You're just going to service them from the facilities that you have right now.
I would say that's generally correct, that we would provide police and fire from existing services. We would provide solid waste from existing facilities and operations. We don't have a need to expand our capacity for serving those areas.
Did I misunderstand you a minute ago? You said that the county would do the fire and the sheriff's department would do the policing in this area.
For the...
Am I mistaken?
Yes, okay. Yeah, and maybe I wasn't clear on that, Commissioner P., but for the area that we did not annex or have not proposed to annex, which would be the right-of-way of State Route 99, and in the exhibit or in the figure that's up before you there, it'd be the area in red. And so in those areas, the county would continue to provide those services, and the state annexation law requires that we address emergency services and maintenance of roads and bridges. And so our proposal is that the county would continue to provide those services in that stretch of State Route 99.
And also in that blue area that you're talking about annexing.
The services that the county would generally provide to city properties would continue to be provided, which would be primarily EMS and ambulance service, police, fire, solid waste, and the normal services that the city of Murfreesboro would provide, we would provide in that area. We're not asking you to extend fire or provide fire. We're not asking for any additional services from the county to serve the actual city subdivision.
Commissioner Piercy, I'm sorry.
What is the actual purpose, the use for this property going to be?
It's 182 single-family homes.
Why would we want, just hypothetically, why would we want to let you annex it when we could do a PUD there through the county and keep the city from being involved?
So I can maybe answer that from the standpoint that the city received an application for annexation from the proposed developer to get access to city sewer. I don't know, maybe Mr. DeMossi might have an opinion on the ability of this property to be developed under county standards, and whether the property has been before into his office for consideration. But I'm not aware of the details of the county's ability to serve it or see it developed under county standards.
Doug, would you care to comment on that?
I can, Mr. Chairman. Are you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. To answer the first question, have we had any discussions with any particular developer? We have not. The reason that I think they are asking for the annexation, namely, is for the city sewer. We have, since we've been talking about this property, we have done just some research on it, looking at it. They'd never be able to get that kind of a lot yield under the county, even if they had some sort of a step system. That's assuming they had enough soil on there to even come up with a step system. So the big reason I think they're asking again for the city involvement for the annexation is just for the sewer, which kind of, I don't know if you can see my cursor on the screen, hopefully you can. I think it's somewhere right around, Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere right around in here is where the sewer line taps into the property.
Correct.
So, but yeah, we have not had any discussions on this particular property.
If I may, Chairman, to add something to that for Mr. Piercy, the reason that the city is involved now is that we extended sewer to this probably 15 years ago, and we created a sanitary sewer assessment district to help our water and sewer department recoup the cost of the installation of that sewer. Sewer was primarily extended to serve the Rockvale school complex, but no doubt the city water and sewer department and the city leaders at that time anticipated additional sewer connections on that would help retire the cost of the sewer service, whether that be in the city or as an outside the city sewer customer. More recently, the city has adopted a policy that we would not provide outside the city sewer customer unless there was a compelling public reason to do that. Perhaps the city county school, which we have done. I think we've also done for some of the county emergency services buildings that are being added in outlying areas of the county that have availability and access to city sewer. And so the city's policy on it is that if you're going to have access to city sewer, that you need to be annexed within the city.
So just to be crystal clear, if you were to extend this, the city council would annex this area. They would not provide sewer without annexation. Is that correct?
That is the policy today, and can't say what the mayor and council and planning commission might do with an appropriate request. However, we have acted on the request for this property, whether to annex it or serve it as outside the city sewer, and the planning commission's recommendation is for annexation. I think, Mr. P., the form of the annexation, the non-contiguous part, is why we're here before you today, asking for a consideration of the interlocal agreement.
Commissioner Piercy.
Is there a large gap from where your city limits is now to the area that you're wanting to annex?
So Commissioner Piercy, the mileage on that is about 0.67 tenths of a mile, or 67 hundredths of a mile, I guess I should say. So it's about 2/3 of a mile that is shown in that exhibit in the red, which would include some frontage along the property that's the subject of the annexation request.
Have you considered annexing all the way?
We did, and in our annexation feasibility study and a discussion with our planning commission, we looked at the ability to provide services along State Route 99. A part of our challenge was quite honestly dealing with the traffic operation challenges at the Rockvale school area, and we didn't have an opportunity to participate in those plans and review when the schools were built, and we see that as a challenge that maybe city staff could not take on and be effective in providing a solution. We did provide some recommendations of a traffic engineer who had studied the area and studied the school zone, and an excerpt of their traffic study, a few of the details of that are attached to the agenda package.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blair.
Students in this area.
So they would have the students in this area would have the opportunity to attend city elementary school and have availability of school transportation. 6/10 is 2/3 of a mile, not 6 miles. If I could help you with that, yes. And we're already picking up students in the city subdivisions that are immediately north of the Rockvale school. They would also have the option of attending the county schools that are available in the area.
Unfortunately,
I believe the agreement for sewer was jointly split with the sanitary sewer assessment district recouping the balance of those, but Rutherford County, you're correct, Mr. Blair, Rutherford County did participate significantly in the extension of the sewer lines to the Rockvale area. My recollection is it was a pro rata share based on their sewer demand for the expected schools there versus the overall sewer capacity that was being provided.
Yes, sir, Commissioner,
So,
Chairman Harris.
quick question for you, then a question for Doug. So the developer asked you to annex this property.
That's correct.
Okay, Doug, how many houses are being proposed to be built on this property?
Mr. Huddleston, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard you say 182.
182, okay. So if we said that we couldn't use sewer and we had to use step system, how many houses would be built?
Assuming they could get the amount of soil on the property that they needed, most of the time when you're looking at, we'll just consider it like an RM, like it's zoned presently, a residential medium density RM, that's about, it's a minimum of a 15,000 square foot lot size. Most RM developments that we look at average anywhere between 1 and 1.5 units per acre. So, Sam, I think you said it's about 60-some acres, so you're looking at
68, yes.
Yeah, somewhere between 68 and 100 lots, roughly. That's if you had the the soils to actually do that. I'm doubtful that that property has that kind of septic soil on it, so I don't think they'll get anywhere near that.
So is the development of this property contingent on whether we make a deal with whether the city annexes it?
Well, as far as the sewer is concerned, if it could always be, if they had enough septic soil on there, let's say they've had enough for 2 or 3 lots, it could always be developed like that in the county. But obviously, they're probably wanting the higher lot yield, so that's why they're asking for the sewer.
Commissioner John.
Have we done this before? So we have not done an interlocal since the state law changed. Is this the first spot island annexation?
This is the first one that the city of Murfreesboro has proposed.
Wasn't, Sam, not to interrupt, but what about that one on Lebanon Pike where the city property was, the Walter Hill Dam out in that area? That was at one time, I don't know if y'all annexed the road to go with it. Yeah, so it'd be the second, if I'm remembering right.
Okay.
Yeah.
My apologies, Mr. Dodd. So apparently we had a similar annexation in the Walter Hill area to annex and I think this was the city park, the
Correct.
Walter Hill Park property. By the way, it was a similar situation with intervening state right-of-way being how we connected and delivered services to that property. The city has owned that property, and I'm going to look at Mr. Ives and think I'm making sure on this, but since 1939, in one form or another, we have owned the Walter Hill property.
And in that one, correct me, you say it again, you did not annex it right of way to get there. It's an island annexation. Is that correct, Sam?
Yeah, let me ask, if I may ask Mr. Blomley to come up and give some clarity on that.
Come on up.
Hey, yeah, come on up, Matthew. I thought we have to have you at the mic, man. Sorry. We'll have Greg up here before it's over with. Y'all annexed the Walter Hill Dam site. Do you recall if y'all annexed a right-of-way and are contiguous, or is that an island?
So we had 2 annexations going at the same time that would make it contiguous with the city limits. There was one that we're still awaiting consent from the Corps to annex a portion of the Walter Hill Trail that would connect it to the city limits, and we are still waiting on their consent. I believe it was deferred at City Council. Once that is, if we're able to annex that Corps property where the trail is that we manage, that the Corps owns, then it would be contiguous with the city limits. But the annexation of the park itself that went through, the city-owned park, did go through, and it is non-contiguous.
Did it have an interlocal agreement? That we're calling this interlocal? Did it have an interlocal agreement? Did the county approve of it, or was it a little less sophisticated than this?
I don't believe that there was an interlocal agreement, but it's all I know on that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sam, what's your thoughts about this? Would be setting precedents. This would be skirting state law. granted, there's obviously a code that says you could do it interlocal, but what's your concern or thought about this setting a precedence, and every developer is going to ask for annexation along that sewer? We don't, non-contiguous, we're back to annexing islands again. I'm uncomfortable with it. I wonder what's your thoughts on that, setting a new precedent?
Commissioner Dodd, this would be a first in that it would be a city development, city-owned property, city park, where we're already providing the bulk of the services anyway. That one's probably not comparable, even though process-wise it should be. I think what the state law allows it, I think there are opportunities and times when we need to take advantage of the tools that have been given to us as the city and the county to address needs and growth and development in our community. And so I think it would set a precedent. I think that from the city standpoint and from the county standpoint, we want to fully explore and understand what those impacts are. In this case, we are talking simply about a roadway right-of-way. I think the larger case for us in the future could be, significant amounts of property that would not be annexed, and I think that takes a different level of study. But here, the topic of the interlocal agreement is emergency services, which the county is already providing to that area, and roads and bridges. And fortunately for Mr. Brooks and the city of Murfreesboro, this is a state route and not a city road or a county road that we're debating about operation and maintenance of the roads and bridges.
You mentioned that you would assist in petitioning TDOT to improve the roadway from the city limits to the southern boundary of this subdivision.
I think what the agreement says is from Veterans Parkway, and currently under TDOT's roadway improvement plans, and I think Mayor Ketron has covered this quite often in his talking about roadway improvements, but phase 3 of the State Route 99 improvements would start at Cason Lane, or at least would be in the area between Veterans Parkway and Cason Lane. And so what we have offered is to match the county's contribution, were they to choose to do that, up to $500,000 to help induce TDOT to perhaps consider State Route 99 Phase 4.
Ramp it up.
To ramp it up, and we've been successful. The city's been successful in doing that, to have TDOT to take on projects, and we also have taken on joint funded projects between the city and the county and TDOT. For example, the extension of Joe B. Jackson Parkway from I-24 Interchange to Church Street, or 231 was a jointly funded project. It wasn't a state route, but it involved state funding.
If the developer has to have a turn lane, would the state be building it? Or is that?
Our expectations are that the development will trigger a need for improvements in State Route 99, which they will fund and construct. The city will review and approve the plans, which we do currently for projects on state routes in the city limits, and we'd also provide oversight and inspection services as we normally would, and hopefully relieving that obligation from Rutherford County Engineer and their inspection staff. All of those are always coordinated, whether it's a city development or a county development. Those roadway improvements are always coordinated back through TDOT, and then ultimately TDOT becomes responsible for the operation and maintenance of those constructed improvements. We have included a section in the agreement, if the county engineer desires to review and approve those, that there be a payment of the plans review fee, and we propose $500 in the agreement to help offset their time and expenses for that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not prepared to forward this to the full commission so rapidly as next Thursday. Is there any way we could table this and let, I haven't seen the agreement. I don't know if anybody has. It's not on my SharePoint. The agenda I had downloaded before I got here didn't even have this on it. Might I ask that we see the agreement and consider it next month? Or unless the board wishes to nix it. I'm certainly not prepared to forward it to the commission this month.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask permission to suspend the rules and have Commissioner Reed, who represents that district, come up since he's
Absolutely.
taking the time to attend?
Absolutely. There's just a whole lot of information here, and I heard Mr. Huddleston say he'd like to present it to the full commission on the 11th. I'm struggling with that.
Right. I can make a motion to suspend the rules. Okay.
Second.
All right. Commissioner Reed represents that particular district, and you're welcome to make some comments, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I've been sitting back there sort of preparing myself to come up here. Be honest with you, gentlemen, until March, I don't think I could have spelled non-contiguous. But as of March, I've had a lot of people calling me out there in the Rockvale area. And when I say a lot, I had 1,200 people show me a petition concerning this particular property. Yeah, back in March, I probably couldn't spell that, but now I've almost become an expert on it and what's going on out there and what we've done. We've had the opportunity, and we appreciate the city giving us that opportunity to go before their planning commission for their public hearing. And I see the chairman of our public hearing setting, of our planning commission sitting here, and it was like one of those nights we have here, because it seems like everybody in the Rockvale-Eagleville area showed up that night to explain what their concerns were. And Commissioner Dodd, you said you feel a little uncomfortable with this. I've seen uncomfortable firsthand, because you're talking about people that are living right beside this. And what they're talking about and what their concerns were not the development of the property in general, is the amount of houses going such a small area. And the fact that it didn't match the area. It just didn't go with anything else out there. You have to think about that. This was a very dense PUD sitting on a piece of property, and I don't know if you have that here in any way, but that piece of property is not the most what you would call the piece of property that I'd want to build on. It has a lot of rock, so giving the name Rockvale, but it also has a lot of water that stands on it. It has a lot of hydric soils on it, and it's a pretty rough piece of property. But the people out there were just very concerned about the fact that you're reaching out there and annexing a piece of property just out of the blue. That you're going past the 3 schools, you're going past about 3 different property owners that's down the road from this. You're bypassing them, and you just reach out there and take 68 acres who have a zip code of 37153, which means they're in Rockvale, and that's where you're going to stick these houses, and that's where it's going to be. You're talking about going past a high school that has 2,500 students in it right now, and come Friday, we don't know how many is going to be in there. I ate lunch today with the Rockvale staff. We met out at Coach T's and sat down for lunch. They right now have 43 students in a lot of their classes. And they got all the way to September for students to still attend that school. So now we're wanting to stick more students in there right next door to it. You're talking about 400 cars every morning coming out of that. And if you see where this development is going, it's going right at the entrance to the elementary school at Rockvale Elementary. The entrance every morning coming out of there. When I became commissioner in 2014, I inherited that intersection of those schools. I had to put in another telephone line in my house to handle the calls, because everybody, I don't believe there was anybody that called and told me, hey, I really love that intersection out there. We're getting through there so fast. No. We had problems at the very beginning, as when I became commissioner out there. We worked and worked for 4 years, and then I think it was, Mr. Brooks, I think it was what, in around 16 or 17, we widened the intersection there for the schools. We did that in the summer while they were out. We widened it, we did more planning, it became a lot better. But yet, it's still a very busy intersection, and yet we still want to add more cars to it that are right next door, coming right out of this. It's just not something that I think is what we want to do there right now, and especially in a way that we're reaching in a way that's going non-contiguous. It's not even touching the city of Murfreesboro. It's doing it in a way that I think if you have ever sat within planning, and I serve on the Planning Commission here in Rutherford County, and it's one of the things that if you study and read this, non-contiguous planning is not recommended. It's just not something you do in any way. You know, I thought it was interesting the night we had our public hearing there with the city, and I sat there and looked at their coming out of their own Planning Commission and their recommendations there, and it said to the fact that, you know, we do not want to take that roadway in, and what they said in their own words were, it will place a burden on the city. Their own words said it would place a burden on the city. Well, if it's a burden for them, it's still a burden for us too, and what we deal with that. I'm just saying that I've got constituents out there that are not interested whatsoever in this happening by this method of annexing. I think they're concerned about the fact that, you know, if we say, yes, this is all okay, it means that annexation can just happen anywhere, anytime whatsoever. They're sort of used to the fact that whenever the city of Murfreesboro come down Highway 99, and now they have Salem Landing, Carlton Landing down that highway and building new houses, that they did it in the proper way, contiguous annexation. But now you just take that piece of property out there by reaching out. Some of you know that I'm a pretty big Gunsmoke watcher. And to me, I call this a land grab in some way. But I've got more than that. I've got constituents all over Rockvale. I take them very seriously. And they have called me, and right now they have their own web page out there, Make Rockvale Country. And what they're talking about is not stopping development, but they're talking about controlling development in a way somewhat as the county does it, reducing the number of what we put in there. And the way that we're looking at as what we're talking about now is not the way we want to do it. As you go down that corridor in Highway 99, it's somewhat different than a lot of places in Rutherford County. It has underground aquifers, it has caves, it has a lot of things happening out there. I've spent the last few weeks in Rockvale Meadows where they're having flooding. They're concerned if this is built, there's going to be flooding on those properties back that way. SEC, who is doing the engineering for this property, are also doing the engineering for another piece of property just down the road. In fact, that one they're doing just down the road is 2 to 3 times larger than this development. They're somewhere in the neighborhood of 160 acres. But they're going to do somewhere in the neighborhood the same number of houses due to the fact of the type of property, and they're going to follow our method of the county. And they're doing a lot of different things on that one. And I was kidding them the other day when I looked at it. I said, you've learned a lot from that other development up the road on how to do this one. So, gentlemen, if I had to come out and say the people in Rockvale are not for non-contiguous annexation.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You had a petition. Did you not have a petition?
There was a petition. I don't have it with me.
How many was on there?
1,200.
1,200? Thank you.
And that petition not only included that area, it goes all the way to Eagleville. Eagleville and some of the people in that direction have some of the same concerns.
Chanto.
After I listened to Commissioner Reed, and he has heard a lot of people concerning about the expansion or annexation. He has more information to share with others, so I think 400 cars per day, come out from that time seem to be more.
So I misunderstood the very last part. Are you making a motion or no?
Well, I just share the information from what I heard from Commissioner Reed.
Okay. All right, we've heard both sides of the story. We've heard Doug's opinion on lot sizes if these were to conform to county standards versus city standards. So gentlemen, what's your pleasure? We have a motion to approve the interlocal agreement, or no? Seeing, you waiting on me or am I waiting on you? Okay. Seeing no motion, it dies on the floor. So with lack of motion, there is no action on the interlocal agreement for non-contiguous annexation in the Rockvale area. Commissioner?
A question that perhaps Doug can answer, or it might take Sam to come back up. Just as we conclude this, that could the city allow this developer to tie into their sewer and just leave it with the county?
That is a possibility, yes. If Murfreesboro City decided to allow this as an outside the city sewer customer, the developer would have to approach us with this development plan, and then it would have to go through our planning commission and county commission for approval. Now, that being said, the fact that it's going to be served with the city sewer, this will be similar to, there's other developments like this in the county that have sewer. They would still have to develop to city standards because of having the sewer, but it would still be within county's jurisdiction. Now, is the planning commission, the county's planning commission, going to approve that kind of a plan? I can't answer that right now. I guess, like I said earlier, we haven't had any discussion with the development team on this particular property, so we would have to kind of see where things go from there.
Does that answer your question?
It does. Just want to keep in mind, perhaps for the minutes, if that occurs, we may end up with a county subdivision and no help from the city in any regard. No help negotiating with TDOT, no help on inspecting turn lanes. So let's keep that in mind as I'm not saying I supported this because there's just too much information for me, but we may have to visit this again. We may want their partnership if this developer ties onto that sewer. Just food for thought.
All right. Moving on to the next item. This would be the I-24 interchange at Buchanan-Epps Mill. We have a letter from Commissioner Paul Deggs of TDOT. And Mayor, if you would like to enlighten us on the contents of that letter. Sure. That is on your SharePoint in folder number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Soon after the General Assembly, well, let me back up. Soon after the governor gave his State of the State address, probably early February, he recommended, and of course it was up to the General Assembly to move forward on his recommendation for his budget. I received a phone call a couple of days right after. Well, it was probably the next day after the governor's State of the State address, and from Mr. Paul Deggs. He's the, I guess, the assistant commissioner and has been for a long time with TDOT. He said Mayor, I know that you all, and even back when I was in the Senate, you and Jim Tracy both tried hard to get something done with that exit there at Buchanan. It's probably one of the worst exits that we have in Rutherford County, because if you get off to the right and try to go back to Christiana, and if you cut back left, it's kind of up on a hill, and you got semis coming at you. It's very dangerous, and it's a very ill-constructed exit. So he was taking that on our behalf because we had been, squeaking the wheel the longest, I think, moved us to the top of priority. Then so the plans are right now for TDOT to come in and redo that whole intersection exit off of I-24. But then I reached out to Mr. Brooks, our road superintendent, who is here tonight, and what they were asking is, and Mr. Brooks said that as long as he's been here, he hasn't seen anything similar to this request, but what they're asking for is for us, the county, to extend, once the exit is complete, that we extend Epps Mill all the way to Manchester Highway, and then I have to get Mr. Brooks to come up and suspend the rules and let him tell us. But I believe, Doug, aren't they asking to come, I don't know how many feet past that?
Are you talking, Mayor Ketchum, are you talking past the Epps Mill going toward the other direction?
Yes, sir.
It's according to the letter, it's on the cover page of the letter, they're saying from the interchange heading, of course, as you stated, from the interchange to Manchester Pike, but then on the other side of the interchange, about 660 feet.
660, I see that now.
Now, if you look at, just not to interrupt you, Mayor, I apologize, but on the second page, you'll see in that table, it'll say Epps Mill Road south from I-24, then it says 6,600 feet west of Capitol Way. That Mike Hughes and I were talking about that earlier. That's a typo. It should be consistent with the number on the first page, which is 660 feet. So everyone's aware.
But to ask us, I think that's where Mr. Brooks and I had a discussion. He hadn't seen where they come in and ask us to share, is it 50-50, I think is what they're requesting, is a 50% state, 50% us?
Well, according to at least the letter that I'm looking at, Mayor, it says under the proposal, the county would provide about roughly $6 million, just a shade under $6 million, which is about 13% of the overall project cost, which according to that table, at least on the second page of that report, or that letter rather, was about $46 million.
That's a lot of money, but it's something that probably needs to be done. I would say with the new school being Plainview, when you get off to the right and going out that way, that's probably going to be another opportunity for expansion, development. I believe there's a sewer line, city sewer line goes out that way.
Mr. Chairman,
Hussey?
I think this is a no-brainer. And let me tell you why I think that is because we're going to have so much business going out there, so much the schools going out there, and for us to get this you're talking $45 million, and we're going to roughly be paying around $5.5 million over 5 years. So the only question I have, Mayor, is since you've been in the Senate for 16 years and dealt with TDOT, right now, based on roads that they are proposing, we're looking at what, 3 to 4 years before construction would even start on this?
They're trying to fast track it.
Less than that.
Be less than that?
Maybe 2.
Yep. Yes, Mr.
I know that I'm 100% behind this, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, is that a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve this.
Thank you.
Well, okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have our superintendent come up, because are you asking to approve it and we pay for it out of general fund, or are you asking the road superintendent to take it out of his? You know,
Yeah, I'll be more specific. Sorry, Mayor.
yeah.
I would like, my motion is that we accept this and that we allocate these funds in our budget through the highway department.
Well,
So-
I think he has his own board.
I have no problem with having Mr. Brooks come up here and
Yes,
answer
sir.
that question. And I can revise that motion if I need to.
Yes, sir.
In the rules.
The rules.
And a second? Got a second from Blair. All right, so it looks like of the 45, let's call it $46 million, we would be expected to pay approximately $6 million, Mr. Brooks, over a 5-year period. So the question is, where does that money come from?
Well, in my opinion, it's to come from the general fund. The money that, you know, the highway department obviously couldn't fund this out of a annual budget. So now we'd be talking about trying to pull money away from the ending fund balance of the highway department, which I don't think, I'm not sure that the this body or the county commission can actually expend those funds. I think those funds can only be utilized through the highway commission. So I don't really think that's an option. However, I do think that we need to find a way to pay our part of this. My understanding, my interpretation of the letter, I think Doug and I agree, is that the cost share would be for 50% of the improvements that would exist outside of the state right-of-way. Whether that right-of-way we're talking about would be Interstate 24 and the interchange, as well as the intersection of State Route 2, Highway 41, which is also TDOT right-of-way. So anything outside of that right-of-way, which would be the Epps Mill portion of this, my interpretation of this letter is that we would be 50% responsible for those improvements. I've not seen exactly what improvements they're proposing. I haven't seen the plans. I just know what the corridor is. Capitol Way is to the west. State Route 41 is to the east or north. So I don't believe there's any way for the highway department to fund this. And I would also actually like to refresh your memory and ask you to consider the fact that the highway department has already spent $5 million out there of its own money improving those roads in that area for the schools that were built. So I think we need to find a way for County General to fund this. I think it would be a shame to let this opportunity pass. This is something that's needed to happen a long time. That interchange was never intended to support the amount of traffic that's out there right now. You know, it's very antiquated. You know, probably when that interchange was put in was when the interstate was built and the speed limit was 55 miles an hour. There's no deceleration lanes, there's no acceleration lanes. There's a massive amount of truck traffic out there that it's commingling with, you know, soccer moms. So it's not a good situation. But I did notice on the second page, and I would like to point this out to everyone, that in this letter to Mayor Ketron, it says the department is proposing a breakdown of anticipated fund needs as shown below, which shows the chart of what they anticipate the cost will be to make the improvements to Epps Mill as well as the rest of the project. But it says Rutherford County may wish to consider the potential for USTBG funds available through the MPO for a portion of the local share contribution to the project. And that's part of the FAST Act, Fixing America's Surface Transportation. It is the Surface Transportation Block Grant is what they're talking about. So that would be something that we definitely want to start pursuing to come up with our share of this project, in my opinion.
Mr. Brooks, let me tell you why I said the highway department. This thing is going to take probably 3 years before this thing gets going. Would you agree with that, 2 to 3?
Well,
and the reason I said highway.
I would normally, 2 to 3. I would normally agree with 3. However, I do know we have had numerous conversations on site as well as, you know, some different Zoom meetings about this intersection for years. So I have to believe that some plans development has already happened. So that phase of a project takes a long time. You know, it's like,
And when I said that I wanted to come out the highway department, I'm not asking you to come out with this current budget that we have, but when we have a new fiscal year coming up, then we could allocate those funds to the highway department to pay for this. Are you saying we can't do that?
well, I guess you could, but you know, we'd have to create a whole new, that
It'd have to be another line item,
it'd have
right?
to be another line item, and I don't know if it wouldn't be better to just
You want to come out of
directly
general
allocate
fund?
directly allocate the funds to.
Wouldn't that also
to TDOT?
give us a problem with maintenance of effort?
Yes, it certainly would.
So I don't
Moving
think
forward.
there's distinct
A
problem
5-year
there.
maintenance of effort, yeah. Sure would. Hadn't thought about that. Thank you. There's a way, but I'm not sure that it should run through the highway department. Even if the funds were, you know, even if the revenue were added to the highway department from the general fund, it would just seem to me to be more conducive to take that money straight to TDOT.
Okay. I'm going to take my motion off the table.
All right,
I'd like to make a new motion.
all right. The motion has been, original motion's been withdrawn.
Yes. Motion is that we accept this agreement intent and that the funds come out of the general fund to fund this. Absolutely. It's 2 cents to budget.
Okay, all right,
Robert deal with it.
all right. You don't have to let Robert deal with it. Yeah, for the surface transportation block grant, yeah. I would mention it further to get it on the record. The
So
potential to
noted.
seek funds through the STBG,
So noted.
and a second by Mr. Blair. There is some additional discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Robert. Well, the mayor has got some, he's going to tease you with some development that's coming out that way that is going to show the need.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing is in stone at this point, but discussions are underway for proposed development at that exit. The first would be Epps Mill Road at Miller Road Warehouse, 1,281,960 square feet warehouse. It'd have 128 dock doors and 470 semi-tractor trailer parking lots and 316 regular parking spaces on 131 acres. That's larger than Amazon's fulfillment center. That's one large building. Next, CarMax vehicle storage site on the old Outpost Armory site, vehicle storage parking lot with 580 spaces for local CarMax dealers on 9, right at 10 acres. Blue Gate boat and RV storage site, 208 boat and RV storage spaces on 8 acres. Epps Mill gas station and restaurant on 1.84 acres. And of course, Commissioner Blair, Plainview Middle School and High School on Otter Pond for the 3 school complex. We already have the elementary, but long-range plan is to put a high school and a middle school on the complex that Superintendent Brooks helped get nice roads going out to that complex. So this whole area is going to explode. So I think you're moving in the right direction with that motion to pay our 50%.
Chairman P.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this project, just, how we go about funding it. I think we need to dig in and look at that closer before we, go ahead and make a motion out here for a specific way to fund it. But I had a question for Mr. Brooks, and that's got to do with, I understand they want to improve the road, and they're responsible, I assume, for that intersection, but does that include widening that bridge?
Yes, it's talking about a complete bridge replacement. This project would, that's,
I couldn't see it happening without doing that, but
yeah, it's a bridge replacement as well.
I remember when we first developing out there, that area to the right going off Epps Mill, if you were headed toward Chattanooga, I remember taking fire trucks through there and my mirrors on either side of the truck hitting limbs, branches. So,
It was a tank and tummy, wasn't it?
yes, but I remember fighting to get a turn lane there, and have the people that they had 100-something acres or maybe more just to give us the right of way. So when we develop like that, to me, we need to ask for right of way, and that part of this cost is going to be right of way again. That's something I would say when we go digging in this. Let's ask these people that are getting these improvements to help us with these right of ways.
Well, do you all have a copy of the letter?
Yes.
So you see that, in the last paragraph there, it says, the department seeks your support in developing this joint project and developing a local agency project agreement for its implementation. So, that's what they're asking for, is to have a local agency project agreement. Just us saying that. We'll find
That's
a
the
way to
motion we
support
need to have, Greg? Is that what you're saying? We need to have a motion, that needs to be in a motion?
I'll let you decide, but I mean,
That's what it's requesting.
yeah.
I think the motion is a start. I would think there's got to be some paperwork and a signature somewhere coming. But I think this is the first step, is to the fact that we've made a motion to accept it, which we've done, right?
Get and pass the budget.
Well, yeah, we got to, we've got to get it okayed through budget. And I guess back through commission next Thursday.
Or commission on, yeah.
Did we call roll? Should we call roll or let budget do that? Commissioner Piercy?
If we do not approve to do this, will any of that work be done at all?
No. Why would it? It's
This opportunity will pass. That's not to say that there won't ever be any improvements made, but they have found a way to fund their portion of this. So it would be a
knowing how TDOT works,
they'll move somewhere else.
Yeah, if we don't participate, they'll move on to the next project. Yeah. Yeah, they'll find the next county in need. Let's do a roll call, just for my pleasure. Rachel?
And this is for funding only, right?
Yes, this is for the funding of our percentage of the Paul Diggs letter of participation.
Commissioner Piercy?
Yes.
Commissioner Dodd?
Yes.
Commissioner Blair?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherino?
Yes.
Commissioner P?
Yes.
Commissioner Harris?
Yes.
Chairman Cush?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, that will carry on to budget.
Thanks, Greg.
For their approval. Yes.
Do we need to have, should we have a motion that says we support developing a local agency project agreement?
Sure.
I make a motion that we support and develop a local agency project agreement with TDOT for this job.
All right. We need a second. All in favor? Okay. Now, is that something that, I'm asking, is that something, Greg, you would do, the mayor needs to do, or you call Paul and say, Paul, what do we need to do?
I'm happy to call Paul, but I think that would probably go through the mayor's office.
Okay. Yeah, because somebody needs to let Paul know that we voted on this and said, hey, okay, thumbs up.
They know each other well, so.
Okay, very good. Fine, you have homework. All right. Yeah, Becky, would you remind him?
The reason I'm not sitting down is because I believe I'm the next item.
Yes. Let's move on to the Highway Department
We
report.
need to move Tanya up. Let Greg sit down. Tanya's.
She's actually next on the list.
Highway Department report.
You have, hey, by the way, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, I can make it happen.
Okay, all right.
I have 2 drainage easements that were approved at the board meeting yesterday morning. One of them is, both of them are temporary construction easements. And then I have a bridge naming that was also approved. Do you want specifics, or can you just?
It's on SharePoint. Yeah, so I'm sure you've all looked at that last couple of days.
I make a motion to approve the 2 temporary construction drainage easements.
All right.
Combined.
All right.
Yeah.
And a second. All those in favor? All right, thank you. And you want to talk about the bridge, Mr. Pitts?
Yes, this bridge actually exists on a state highway. Commissioner, let's see here. Bratcher has done a lot of homework with some of our state delegation and figured out how to get a bridge that's outside of the county's jurisdiction named. That would need to come. It would need to come through the road board and then to this body for its recommendation to move it on to the full commission. And then the full commission, after it's approved by the full commission, I think Mr. Brian Terry has agreed to take it to the floor, and the state would take it from there.
Very good. So you need a motion to move it on to full commission?
Yes, sir.
I'll make the motion to move it forward to the full commission.
Thank you, Co-Chair.
I'll second.
And a second from Commissioner P., Chairman P. All those in favor? Thank you, Greg. What else you got?
That's it for me.
You may be seated. Thank you. Tanya, and your new assistant director. I'm sorry, retract.
I almost forgot why I was here, sitting there so long. So I'm going to take a minute really fast to introduce Mark Russell, who is my new assistant director at Building Codes. Mark's been with us now for about 17 years. He's been a building inspector for the department for 17 years. So I'd like you to congratulate him. On July 1st, he became our assistant director for Building Codes.
Mark. Appreciate it.
All right, so I'm going to keep this short. I know you're all tired and ready to go home. So we didn't have a meeting last month. I'm going to give you a real brief summary of how we finished up fiscal year 21-22 with building permits and specifically school facilities tax, given that that was our first full year of school facilities tax. So permits, 21-22, we issued a total of 4,886 permits. Overall, that was down a little bit from the year before, about almost 8%. Single-family dwelling permits was at 899, also down a little bit from the year before. And that's really about it for building permits. So I'm going to move on to school facilities tax. So the school facilities tax and development tax combined for the year 21-22 was a total of $5,452,181.70. That was down a little bit from the year before when it was full development tax, but not by much, for $676,818. Of that $5.4 million, 4.4 of it was revenue generated from school facilities tax, and $1,035,750 was development tax. And last month, Commissioner Harris, or the month before, really, you had asked me to break down the permits and give you an average square footage of each of the different types of permits that we issued. So I did that for the entire year. I also did it for July, and I'll give that to you in just a second. But For the entire year, the average square footage of a single-family dwelling, this applies to only school facilities tax. I didn't have any way to track the square footage of permits that were issued through development tax, because when somebody comes in from the city or the town of Smyrna or Laverne, they just pay a flat fee. They don't have to give us the square footage of their project. So when it came to school facilities tax, they do. They have to provide us that information. So I'm able to track that information when it comes to school facilities tax. So this average applies only to the school facilities tax revenue from 21-22. So we had the average single-family dwelling issued was 2,377 square feet. The average townhome square footage was 1,597. The average mobile home was 1,745. And then I threw in additions here just because we started collecting school facilities tax on additions in 21-22, and we never, so that's additional revenue that we never collected before because development tax didn't apply to additions. And that, the average addition was about 600 square feet. So, and I also did one more calculation. I took all of the SFT single-family dwellings that we issued, not additions because it didn't apply, single-family dwellings, mobile homes, townhomes, apartments, and that's it. And I took everything that we collected in school facilities tax, and I calculated what we would have collected with that same number of each of those items that I just listed if we had collected development tax instead last year. Did everybody understand that? Do you have any questions? All right, so you know what I did. So the total SFT that we collected in those categories that I just listed was 4 million, this total square footage liability. We didn't collect this because they have the option of paying 50% up front and 50% at the end of the project, and some of the developers or some of the contractors chose to do that. So the liability is $4,636,261. So that's how much revenue we will collect at $1 per square foot of all of the SFDs, mobile homes, townhomes, apartments that we collected in 21-22. If we had have collected those same numbers, those same scenarios, if we had have collected development tax, we would have collected $3,511,500. So by doing the school facilities tax, we generated an additional revenue of $1,124,761.
Say that one more time. 1 million what?
$1,124,761.
Tanya?
Yes.
I need you to repeat something that you said when you gave us the 4,636,000, whatever that number was.
261.
You said that was potential.
No.
That's real.
Yeah, that's real liability.
That's actually
but
money
the reason
that
that differs from the 4,000,001, I think it was, that we actually collected, 4,000,004. So there's a $200,000 difference. The reason there's a $200,000 difference is because there's still some liability that's yet to be collected that will likely be collected in this fiscal year.
That's what I was asking.
Okay.
Thank you. You
Right.
got it.
All right, does anybody have any questions on that? I know that was a lot. Nope. Well, if you have no questions on that, I'm going to move on to July's report. That was pretty much a summary of fiscal year 21-22. So let me get through July. So in July, we issued a total of 296 permits. 49 of those were single-family dwelling. Both the total and the single-family dwellings are down a little bit. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't know that we're kind of slowing down a little bit. The average square footage of our permits for the month of July, the average single-family dwelling was 2,604 square feet, and the average townhome was 1,627. So we did a total of almost 1,900 building inspections were completed, almost 195 zoning inspections were completed, with about 8,600 miles driven.
All right. Any questions for Tanya
I have one more.
and Mark? Oh, I'm so sorry.
One more, just tiny
I'm so
item.
sorry.
school facilities tax and development tax that was collected in the month of July. So in the month of July, a total of $224,660 in school facilities tax and $14,250 in development tax. And that does it.
Now, are there any questions for Tanya? Motion to approve her reports. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and welcome, Mark, to your new appointment. All right, I got to say one thing. I know we've been here a long time. We got a long way to go, but you got to give credit where credit's due, and I got to wait till Jeff's listening because this starts with him. Jeff, are you listening? Are you listening? Okay. We just heard that the school facility tax earned us a little over $1 million extra, right? Jeff Phillips, in planning, been there a long time. I've been there a long time. Jeff's been there longer. He fought and fought and fought to try and change the system. How can we get developers to pay more money? It's unsustainable. Still unsustainable, but we've made a big step. Jeff challenged me 3 or 4 years ago. Since I was on Public Works and I'm on planning, I had a direct connection. So he reached out to me and said, what can we do? We need to make an effort. I formed a select infrastructure committee. Phil Dodd, Paul Johnson, and from planning, Jim Overwater. We met with Williamson County, we met with others, we met with the realtor group, we met with the developer group, and basically said, look, gang, you can't continue to develop without helping us out. We can't provide the infrastructure, overcrowded roads, you got to do more. Chairman Harris took the ball and went downfield even farther with our delegation. Are you listening, Craig? Okay. He took the ball even farther to our delegation and said, we need help. So it all came together. Now we've got an extra $1.1 million because Jeff said, I've had enough. We've done this every 4 years in his lifetime as a commissioner. We finally moved the needle. Now, I want to say one thing about that. Harry Truman. You and I know who Harry Truman are. Chantal probably knows who Harry Truman is. He said, it's amazing what you can accomplish when you don't care who gets the credit. Think about that. We got some stuff done. We didn't care who got the credit. We just saw that we needed to get some stuff done for the good of the county. So I want to thank Jeff. I want to thank Craig. I want to thank Phil. Mayor, I want to thank you. We moved the needle. We got an extra $1 million this year. Found money. Found money. Now, it's not over with. We need to still press the developers to pay a little more. There's a balancing act, right? Find balance. But as Jeff will tell you, when he returns for his next 4 years, it's unsustainable. Our growth is unsustainable. So I want to thank you all. In case I'm not here in a couple days, I want to thank you all. We made a difference. All right. Next on the list is planning and engineering. Doug, you may sit where you are and give us the 5-minute planning and engineering report.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And I'll be on the timer, so I'll do my best here.
You have a timer? Okay.
The first thing I'll discuss is the available lot inventory. I've done them both for June and July. I only uploaded July's on your iPads just for the sake of simplicity more than anything. You'll see that the total available lots is down under 700 now, it's 697. As you recall, these are lots that have been recorded. They are ready for building permits now. That number has been steadily decreasing over the last few months. It's down from about 20 or 30 from last month even. The main reason is we are still seeing permit activity. We're just not seeing as many final plats be recorded right now. Several smaller ones went through to be recorded, but no larger ones, I would say. There is one waiting on our desks right now for some paperwork before it's recorded, but that should be reflected in next month's report. You'll also see the breakdown that I provided on your iPads for kind of similar discussion that Tanya just had, the school's facilities tax lots that are available versus those with the development tax. As you know, the development tax, that chart will continue to decrease until it finally zeroes out, and then the school's facilities tax will be the one that kind of varies over time. So if there's no questions about that, I will go ahead and jump right into our rezoning report. We have four rezoning requests that will be coming before you next week. The first was actually considered by the Planning Commission in June. This is by Juan Carlos and Claudio Magana. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. For property located along Halls Hill Pike. They would like to zone these properties for a religious use, a church. They currently have about a congregation of 300 people at the existing building, which is located on West College. So they're requesting for this property institutional zoning, so they can grow their church to a capacity of about 600 people initially and up to 1,000 people in the future. This institutional zone was actually created for larger uses such as this, and it does require a rezoning. This is considered a large community assembly. Smalls are less than 150 and mediums between 150 and 500, but if it's larger than that, it does require a rezoning. They will have access to Halls Hill Pike, of course. This is already a 3-lane cross-section in front of the property. We did meet with the applicants prior to their submittal and discuss the need for a traffic study and entrance improvements should this be approved. We did share some concerns about the location of their access drive as far as the internal circulation, but that's something we can handle at site plan should this be approved. Landscaping, performance standards, all that will need to meet the county's requirements, in the zoning ordinance. There were some questions at the Planning Commission regarding the number who currently attend and the location, which I've already discussed. Their services are typically on Sundays and Tuesday nights, which are off peak traffic times. We also discussed the institutional zone and allowing what particular uses are allowed in that. The applicant did also indicate that they would like to do a daycare possibly in the future. That's something that would have to require additional zoning involvement at that point. All that to say, after the public hearing and the questions by the commission, the application was recommended for approval by a unanimous vote. The next 3 public hearings were all considered at the July Planning Commission meeting. These 3 that will be coming before you tonight, I'm just going to give you fair warning. This was a very long meeting that we had. We didn't actually get out of the Planning Commission that night until about 11 o'clock. There were a lot of people that spoke on these, but there was also a lot of presentations that were made by the applicants, so there were just complex applications. So I just want to give you fair warning on that. I'm just going to kind of give you the Cliff Note version of these 3, with the understanding that the applicants will probably do a more detailed presentation at next week's meeting. The first is for property located along Highway 269, 3101 Christiana Road. They are asking for a planned development for a solar farm. It's going to be a 3.25 megawatt facility. The facility is made up of solar panels, an inverter, transformer, and various materials for mounting the solar panels, such as steel poles, cabling, and whatnot. They plan to interconnect this farm to the Middle Tennessee Electric Power Network using a power purchase agreement. A concept plan has been included in the pattern book. All 3 of these that I'll be talking about are all planned developments, and all the pattern books are on your iPads. And again, they will be there for the meeting last week as well. Most of the concerns that were discussed at this meeting really had to do with there was one neighbor who couldn't make it to the meeting. She sent a video presentation ahead of time, and that video played during the meeting. The concerns were about health effects, property values, buffering that they propose, and questioned how environmentally friendly solar power is to the community. There were a lot of questions of the applicant by the Planning Commission regarding those questions. Again, I can get into as much detail as you want. I'm just trying to give you the overview here. Ultimately, after the public hearing, the Planning Commission did recommend approval by a unanimous vote. The second request is by Rogers Group. This is located along Burnt Knob Road. They are also asking for a planned development to expand their rock quarry. The area that they wish to expand, they don't want to produce more. They're just trying to look at long-term progression to better serve the county, to be in a better position to know how much material they have left. So it's not an expansion necessarily in the amount of activity, just in the area that they would like to mine. The current site is about a little over 300 acres. The total would be about 562 if this were to be approved. The existing quarry has been there since the 80s. Rogers Group purchased this back in 2000, has been expanding it since that time. There are a few county commissioners here that would recall that there was actually an expansion request made back in 2007, but a decision was never reached, and that application was eventually abandoned. Again, I'll point you to the concept plan in the pattern book, which is on your iPads. No new structures being proposed for rock processing. All the existing equipment will stay at its current location, but they are showing a phasing plan to harvest rock over the next 50 years. Along with this, they're also proposing to locate a concrete plant and an asphalt plant on the property. Again, I'm not going to get into just a whole lot of specifics with the application. Suffice it to say that they are proposing some traffic improvements at their access onto Burnt Knob Road, a right decel lane into the property, and also a left turn lane off of Burnt Knob to enter the property, which should help traffic flow in that area. Most of their traffic does travel to the east along or to 840 via Veterans Parkway. Performance standards, there's a fairly lengthy discussion there about how they meet or attempt to meet a lot of the standards that we have. The applicant team had several members present. They discussed various aspects of the project, including the blasting and vibrations, dust, stormwater management, et cetera. There were some people that did spoke who lived in the area about potential health concerns, the house shaking during blasting events and additional traffic and whatnot. Others spoke about the work that Rogers Group does in the community. There were also some concerns raised by the Planning Commission regarding the lack of information on the proposed asphalt and concrete plants. There was discussion about that amongst the planning commissioners. Most of them said that they were comfortable with what was being proposed. I've since talked with the applicant's representative since that time. They're not talking large scale plants here. They're talking more smaller scale, just, for what they do. Basically, rather than have the traffic from the concrete plants and asphalt plants constantly coming to and from, it would all be kind of one-stop shopping. So with that discussion, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this by a vote of 8-4, 1 who was opposed and 1 who abstained. The final application is by Dustin Estes. This is for property located along Sulphur Springs Road. This would be the southwest quadrant of the I-840 and Sulphur Springs Road interchange. They are looking to do a planned development here for an industrial park. The size of the property is about 157 acres. This property has been the subject of several discussions over the past several years. Most recently, the Planning Commission did consider this application back in December. I won't say most recently, but this particular round of meetings, if you will, started back in December of 2020. They were looking to do a development on the property about 2.2 million square feet, but following the public hearing, the Planning Commission denied that request. So since that time, we've seen different renditions of this plan. The current pattern book that you have, again, I'll point you to that on your iPads, shows 2 buildings on the property. One's about 1.1 million square feet, and there's a second building currently shown about 222,000 square feet, with a possibility of making it up to 373,000, just depending on the needs of that particular client, whoever were to use that particular facility. This is considerably less than the 2.2 million that they were originally proposing back when we first started looking at this. Most of the traffic and most of the issues that were discussed at the Planning Commission dealt with traffic. The applicant has proposed a number of traffic improvements, both on-site, accessing Sulphur Springs Road. So they're proposing a turn lane into their property, but there were the concerns brought up at the meeting regarding tractor-trailer traffic actually turning left. The predominant, all these tractor trailers are going to be heading to 840 is really where they're going to be going. But there was some concern about someone trying to turn left to go down Sulphur Springs Road and then up Florence Road towards Smyrna that way. The applicant has made some modifications to that entrance to discourage those kind of movements, along with signage and everything. We do like the changes that they've made. There's also proposing to make some turn lane lengthening on the turn lanes that access 840. They're also proposing a traffic signal at the three-way intersection on the other side of the interstate where Leanna Road and Sulphur Springs Road come into in that area right there, a traffic signal at that intersection. Right now, you know, it's a three-way stop. So what will happen is that Sulphur Springs Road traffic will just be free-flowing until someone wants to turn left, heading, you know, on northbound on Sulphur Springs Road, wants to turn left toward the interchange. At that point, that light would change, let that traffic go, and then the free flow would continue at that point. Drainage was also a large concern here. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail just because, again, I'm not an engineer, but our engineer Mike Hughes has had several discussions with their design team on this, and although the particulars would still have to be worked out should this be approved during site plan review, we do think that they are addressing the concerns that staff had in regards to the drainage on that property. Again, we're not just dealing with overland, we're also dealing with the underground network that's there. So that's been a large concern as well. They're also proposing a good amount of landscaping and buffering against adjacent properties, which you can see in the pattern book. Again, I can go into much more detail with this if you'd like. Ultimately, after discussion at the Planning Commission, this public hearing probably had the most people speaking one way or the other on it. Ultimately, the Planning Commission did recommend approval by a vote of 9-4 and 1 against. So I know that was a whole lot of talking. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Doug. Yes,
I drove through this area last week at 5:30, but I've been through that interchange a number of times over the years, and always during peak times, they're lined up all the way back onto 840 and down 840. Yes. I guess with some sensors at the three-way, that might help, but I'm really concerned about the traffic that's backing up on 840. And the only way I see an improvement for that to occur is for TDOT to come in and do what they've done at Bell Road on I-24, is lengthen those exit ramps 2 to 3 times to what they are now. And I witnessed a chain reaction a couple of years ago prior to Bell Road going east being lengthened. And I'm really concerned about the traffic issue here. And I don't think a turning lane or a traffic light at the three-way really is going to take care of the public safety, and that's a great concern I have presently.
And I share your concern. I remember when I was going to the neighborhood meeting for this application, I got on 840 because it was at the Cedar Crest Golf Course off of Mona Road. And as I was coming up to that interchange, I had to actually get over because of that. Now, we actually have, Mike had some drone footage shot from our GIS folks, went out there and did some drone footage. And we tried to show that at the meeting, but we're having some technical difficulties, I remember. When you look at what's going on, the backup is so bad from that three-way interchange where everybody's having to stop that the cars trying to get off the interchange, they have to wait till somebody lets them out, basically. I agree with you. There's going to have to be improvements made to that interchange as far as the on-ramps and off-ramps. I do think while this may not completely solve the problem, having that Sulphur Springs Road traffic having the ability for it to free flow, keep going straight rather than having to stop and then continually back up, I think that is going to help the situation. Like I say, it may not completely solve it, but I think it'll go a long way. We all pretty much recognize, at least amongst staff, as we've talked about this, that's probably one of the root issues of why that happens on the interstate is because of that backup from the three-way going back toward the interstate.
I'm happy that it'll improve, but I'm not happy that it doesn't solve the issue. And I think public safety here is paramount.
Understood. That's all I had, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
Motion to approve his report.
I'll second that, but I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Doug, below item F, item FORD 22-001, amendments to the county subdivision
Yes, sir.
regulations does not require approval by the Board of Commissioners.
That's correct.
I wasn't aware of that. I thought
Yep, subdivision regulations stop at the Planning Commission and have as long as I've been here. That's what's dictated in state law. The change that was made there, and I thank you, that was on the report, I just forgot about it. It was essentially just widening, we're trying to make the subdivision regulations consistent with the fire code, and the fire code calls for a wider cul-de-sac than what we currently require, or what required. So the Planning Commission had a public hearing about this at the last meeting, and so it's a wider cul-de-sac to help, get the larger trucks.
maybe I recall from when I was on planning and making changes there, and I don't recall it not going to the full commission anytime we made a change, though.
Yeah, anytime we've made a change to the sub-reg since I've been here, they've always stopped at the Planning Commission.
Did we, I know we had a motion, did we make the approval? Did we vote? Okay, we may have a motion in a second. All those in favor of approving Doug's reports? Signify aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. All right, Doug, thank you. You're welcome to stay there if you want, or if you want to go home and take a nap, eat, whatever you'd like to do.
I think I still have some IT duties I have to do. So.
Oh, okay, very good, very good. We are now at solid waste reports, and Bishop, come on up, and then once you're finished, we will just come right back into our new item 9, which is the technologies update.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Could I ask the mayor a question?
Yeah, certainly.
Maybe a little off topic. We went through all of this energy selling back to the grid and found out it wasn't really profitable, or we really couldn't make it work. How does this solar farm work when we could make enough money off of what we would sell back to the grid? Do you have I'm perplexed that a solar farm is coming when we were talking about processing tons and tons of waste, and it really wasn't worth the while to try to sell it back to the grid.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if you, in my conversation with Chris Jones at Middle Tennessee Electric and talking to others across the state, now this project that's being proposed is owned by Matt Kisber and former Governor Phil Bredesen. If you on your way to Jackson, or past Jackson on your way to Memphis, on the right-hand side is a large solar farm that this company has put in, owned by two gentlemen I serve under and with. And they seem to be making somewhat of a profit off of that, and they're wanting to come here as well. Facts being known, we're not really a solar state, and we have an awful lot of, if you count the number of cloud days, same thing that we're not a wind state either, like some other states are and have the big wind turbines. But they're asking to come in somehow. They think that they can make it profitable. Been talking to Chris Jones, they have one because they're under extreme pressure. I think theirs is over right on the other line from Eagleville into Williamson County. They're under extreme pressure from TVA. TV's under pressure from EPA to go green. And it's more about not making a profit, but getting credits, and they sell those environmental credits. So that's kind of the extent of my knowledge. I know those solar panels, once you cut the grass and trim around it, they have to go out with some dusters and dust off the dirt because the solar panels are not as effective. So every week they have to dust all the panels. So it's This is their proposal.
How recyclable are these solar panels? Because we know that the wind turbines
Turbines have to be buried.
can bury those.
Yes, sir.
So,
I don't think that they're recyclable. Are they, Bishop?
No, for the most part, they're not.
The silicon that's used in the solar panels are not recyclable. Answered this question, Mr. Chair. I answered his question.
Oh, okay, good, very good. All right, Bishop. you
Good
ready?
evening, Commissioners, Mayor, Chair. Thank you for your time. We'll start off with report. The first thing that you'll have in your iPod is my cover sheet, and I've made an error on the cover sheet because we are no longer located at 1220 West College. Since we last met, we moved all of our operations to the 6000 Landfill Road location. So I will reflect that and change that in the cover sheet that I supply you for my next report. Our cumulative recycling report is we managed 765.24 tons of recycling, and our waste report was we managed 2,482.3 tons of recycling. I also do not have a landfill management report included in this. My landfill admin, Yolanda, has been out on vacation, and I didn't have access to her computer to get it. I will supply that data to you in the next meeting. There was nothing unusual in the activities. It's just a matter of grabbing it off of her computer. Yes, sir.
You mentioned two volumes of tonnage, 765.24 tons of recycling.
That's our recycling.
And the other,
the other was the garbage that we managed, the 2,000, excuse me.
248,230?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was solid waste, garbage.
And that is all of the report that I have. I have the other information as part of separate, so.
Do you have any idea how many loads of recycled material that could have possibly been?
I don't have it on this sheet, but I can get that data for you. I'll have to parse it out and bring it to you later.
Hey, let's just guess at it. 10, 20, 30, ballpark.
We average, for just recycling or for recycling and garbage?
Recycling from the convenience center.
So I would say, and this is just a rough estimate without the numbers in front of me, I think a fifth of the containers that we collect daily would be recycling containers, all commodities. We average 45 to 50 containers on a daily operational basis.
So you're saying a fifth of 45?
So
that'd be
approximately
9?
9 or 10.
Recycle.
Yes.
Thank you.
I can come with more direct numbers after I look back at it for next meeting.
Steve, are you going to need that number when you're looking at Pratt here in a little bit? Were you going to need that number? Were you curious about the number of tons or the number of loads in those tons, anticipating the conversation about the Pratt contract?
Very possible.
Can we assume you've got 765 tons of recycling? Can we assume it's 8 tons a load or 10 tons a load?
I'm prepared to address the Pratt conversation separate from the report.
But your tonnage, okay. I was really glad Steve asked the question, though. Just maybe we'll get an answer later, Steve.
No, are we going to pass this so I can move on to the next thing?
Yeah.
Did you say you were done with your...
With the report. I still have the information that I'm following up from the last meeting, and then we have some other items on there with...
Do we need to approve his report?
Yeah,
I'll
we
make
do.
a motion to approve his report that he's just given.
Yeah. All right, all those in favor?
Thank you.
Okay.
Aye.
That motion, all those in favor? Okay, that carries. Go ahead.
Okay, so last meeting, I was given quite a list of material to gather together for you, and I've supplied a bulk of that I was able to...
Majority. Sorry, Bishop, go ahead. That's my bad.
That I was able to gather and bring before you concerning some of the questions about reclamation, closure costs, things of that nature. I want to address, I included a letter from our triad engineer, Jeff Postel, on here, an email that he sent me this morning. And this is talking about the coverage material needed for closure. He has listed, based on the difference between October 2021 survey of the landfill and the designated final landfill surface, there is approximately 13,000 cubic yards of airspace remaining. However, there is approximately 34,000 cubic yards of overfill on parts of the site. This is about the Class 3 C&D landfill. Additionally, there are approximately 47,000 cubic yards of underfill over portions of the site. The remaining airspace volume does not take into consideration the entirety of the final soil cover required for closure of the landfill. The required volume of soil cover, 1 foot of topsoil and 1.5 feet of low permeability soil, over 12.5 acres, is approximately 50,000 cubic yards. Based on our test pits we conducted across the cover earlier this year, the existing cover thickness ranged from 4/10 to 8 feet thick. The average soil cover thickness across the site is approximately or about 2 feet. The estimated amount of soil cover currently on the landfill is 40,000 cubic yards. This would mean that in a perfect world, the landfill would need an additional 10,000 cubic yards of material to achieve its minimum soil cover requirements. It is important to note that since the landfill is overfilled in areas and underfilled in other areas, some significant regrading will be required to get the landfill to the designated grades. In some places, the amount of cut required will be about 12 feet. During this regrading, some of the existing cover will likely be lost, meaning that additional soil cover material will be required. So I read that out for the record to let us know that we are going to be, if we go into post-closure and stick to the requirements that are listed in our permit and our planned finished Class 3 landfill, we're going to be required to open up soil and move a lot of material. 12 feet in some cases to be able to achieve that goal. I have started initial conversations with TDEC. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's appropriate in a landfill that is net underfilled to its volumes. So I began conversations with TDEC to look to see if there's a possibility that without any major modifications to our plan, we look at what we have there and we close it basically in state. If that's the way that we decide to go with this, that would be my recommendation, is try to avoid disturbing any of the landfill as much as possible. However, they may require that in post-closure activities that this material is moved. I'm bringing this up to you because this will be a factor in the overall post-closure cost for closing this landfill. And those costs are not reflected in estimates that I have provided you or were provided in I think the initial report from Triad with their numbers was a 2020 report.
Let me interrupt you here for just
Yes.
a minute, get a little clarification.
Absolutely.
Trash landfill, not the C&D. How do you refer to that portion of the landfill? What do you call it?
It's a Class 1 landfill.
Class 1.
Yes, sir.
Class 1 is capped.
Class 1 is capped and closed and is in post-closure.
So everything we are discussing here on closure will be our C&D part?
Yes, that is actively in permit. We no longer accept garbage at the landfill, and it has coverage, but it doesn't meet all of the requirements for the post-closure requirements that are in our plan currently.
Now, are you talking about the C&D or the Class 1?
The C&D.
The C&D.
Yes, sir.
So we're really not going to talk about the Class 1.
So we'll talk a little bit about the Class 1 because when we get to the boring reports that were provided from...
But I'm talking about the closure part.
Yep. Yes,
It's
sir.
all C and D.
Yes.
The 12-acre site.
We won't have to spend any money other than monitoring money, which we are currently spending on the Class 1 landfill. The Class 3 will be the one where we'll have to bring the dirt, we have to move material, we have we'll have to do the things to cover the landfill.
Carry on.
So, hold on.
Yes.
So Class 3 is the C and D?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought I heard differently, I just...
The reason I asked, I went back and watched our last meeting, and it seemed to be a lot of confusion about which part we were talking about, whether it was the old landfill as I know it, you know it as the Class 1, or the C and D, because a lot of the questions was like answered back and forth, and it was kind of confusing. That's the reason I asked you those questions.
Yes, sir.
But from here on, we are actually talking about post-closure of the C and D, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The 12-acre site.
That's correct. And I've got I've had Doug bring up the landfill map. Is there any way you could zoom that in here? So there was some discussion last about what the size that we were looking at, approximately 100 acres versus, and I said that we were around 12 acres at the time. Smaller area. Doing this backwards. Come. Thank you. This area here is the Class 1 landfill, the closed Class 1 landfill. This area here, this area here is the closed Class 1 landfill. See this little divot here? This is the separation in between the closed Class 1 and this is the Class 3 landfill, the C&D landfill. So everything we're discussing, this area where the cursor is right now, is effectively what's called the open face. It has soil over it and we have grass over it now, but if we were accepting garbage, that's where we would take it. Areas in this landfill on this portion of the landfill are filled over what their permitted airspace requirements are, and in some places over by 12 feet. So closure activities as per plan would require cutting this material down and placing it in this open face area that's right here, and then recovering the entire open area with the foot and foot and a half, the two types of soil that are required per TDEC to their grade. The last conversation that I had with TDEC, they're not going to allow me to go under more than 2 feet, nor over more than 2 feet. And I have to have a net balance that is underneath the maximum airspace or volume that's allowed for this. So that will require that we move rock that we have stockpiled off the landfill site that's been moved and kind of set over the course of the years and fill in some of the areas to meet that minimum grade requirement. So the current plan as far as cut and fill goes, according to what's proposed with the state, requires us to make some major alterations to the landfill. Effectively, it was built improperly and needs to be remedied.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You're talking millions here.
I'm talking...
Well, it depends on how many years. Yeah, if you're carrying it out over 30 years, you are.
So
we're going to keep it open for 30 years? Is that what you're saying,
Oh, no,
Commissioner?
don't use my words.
Oh, okay.
Look, the post... I'll let Bishop explain.
So first off, the cost for filling the material, I have an estimate for just the cover material, hauling it, and this was last month's pricing at $1.65 million. With the extra grading work that has to be done in here, we're still going to be around there for materials and hauling, but it's going to add time, and then there'll be more money in, the contract for getting the equipment out there and the amount of time for the equipment and the end of it. My primary concern is, in the current state that it is for a period of time, and this being one of the wetter summers that I can remember having, if we follow this plan the way that it's outlined with TDEC, if they don't allow a variance in this, I have to reopen up a large portion of our landfill for exposure to potential rainwater, getting involved in garbage that's been buried. That's not typically something that that a landfill operator or director wants to deal with. So that's my, I'm bringing that before you to let you know that's what we have in the findings based on the data.
So when we have leachate breaks that we have experienced, is that on the Class 3 or the Class 1?
It's the Class 3, and I would argue that I would like to refer to them as fluid for the time being. I've got
whatever you want to say, a break's a break.
There's a big difference. So leachate is generated fluid inside, typically inside a Class 1, a regular large garbage landfill, that is very, it's highly organic. It's really bad stuff. It's got a lot of volatile compounds in it. It's really very hazardous. The fluid that we're currently drawing out of the Class 1 landfill is 8-fold less intense than the measured fluid that our engineers have pulled out of our Class 1 when they were going into post-closure. So there's no comparison in these two fluids. It's a matter of definition from the state. Was this fluid impacted by its contact with construction and demolition garbage? The engineer has said that it probably was, but its current expression is outside of the footprint of our landfill, and my argument is that if it's outside of the footprint of the landfill, it doesn't fall within the definition that TDEC has defined as leachate. So I will refer to our fluid that we're managing currently as that until I'm forced to do otherwise, because I'm looking for other options for us to
So when we have a break, you're saying it's fluid, not leachate?
I believe it comes subdermally, and it's coming through the landfill. I don't believe that it is coming. Leachate would be generated from the garbage within a landfill, and is a natural reaction that undergoes within a Class 1 landfill. It generates leachate, it expels gases. Those are the things that you expect in a Class 1, which our Class 1 is monitored by Triad, and we get quarterly reports on that. We supply reports to the state, and we're within compliance. And we're actually, that landfills mature over a period of time. As the food inside of them gets dissolved, the gases get expelled, and they become less and less volatile over a period of time. And that's why the state has placed, a period of post-monitoring for, I believe it's 30 years. I've got another a professional in the room that I'm looking to see if it's a nod. Were we at 30 years? And at 30 years after that, then the state would deem that safe enough to not have to be undergoing regular monitoring. I mentioned the monitoring because in post-closure and the cost of post-closure for any landfill, that continual monitoring is going to be a part for that 30-year period. So that's the 30 years of which Chairman Cush was referring to. So in this sheet here that was provided, this was provided to me by our Triad engineers, or it was actually provided in 2020 to the former director. He had a cost estimate for the Class 3 for closure at $617,620. That is not reflective of the cost of materials today. The the soil itself is expensive, and then with fuel costs going up, getting it delivered is expensive. I think we're more, I still believe it's a conservative estimate at 1.65 million, but that's probably closer to the ballpark of what would cost for us to get the dirt on top of the material.
$1.7 plus the regrading that's yet to be determined.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Have we bothered to ask for a variance on the part that's too high?
I've begun discussions with the field office, and it's been escalated above the field office, and this last week I spoke with the central office to try to find out if I could get a meeting with them to discuss it further. My intentions are to bring it before them and have it worked into our plan. There are some this could cause some issues because we do have a plan with the state. This is involved in our permit, so they can deny it and we have to stick to the permit, and then we're stuck there.
There's no comparison to our highest point to our neighbor, is it? From the highest point, I didn't think.
No.
Bishop, are we on a TDEC timeline for closure?
I have not been given a specific TDEC timeline for closure. I am on a timeline for management of the emergency pond that was built prior to my arrival. We have submitted a plan in for abatement of that fluid with the state, and that was submitted on May 10th, and I still have not received an approval for that fluid abatement yet, although I continue to get inspected and dinged for that fluid. So that's another discussion that I'm going to take to Nashville field office about for us.
All right, thank you.
So that, I've also included the data that was requested. It was brought up that there was a boring that was conducted. That boring that was conducted with Triad was on the Class 1 landfill site. So that data there is really irrelevant to the post-closure, but to us, other than to let us know the depth that we have to soil, which from my perspective would be important. And I think the letter that I read is probably is closer to what as far as information to knowing how to go to post-closure in the 3. That's going to be the most beneficial information.
And just for reference, because Piercy talked about some potential confusion about which one was the Class 3 and Class 1. Going from memory, at our last meeting, we talked about potential harvesting, and this committee decided, as I recall, our preference would be not to touch the current closed MSW landfill. If you were going to do anything, you would harvest the C&D currently opened landfill.
That's correct.
Is that how you all remember that? Yeah.
Well, I wasn't here.
That's right.
For that one, but I've had some discussions with Bishop on that, and I've asked a question or two and I forget which other committee member it was. I asked a specific question or two, but basically what Bishop has told me when I asked him about us going in to try to reclaim the landfill, and I did read the information that the chairman sent, is that Bishop told me that he hadn't made up his mind on whether it would be a good idea or not for us to go into the landfill to try to reclaim it. Basically, he said he was kind of 50-50 on that. So I just want to bring that up because I'm still of the notion that I would like to look further into reclaiming that old Class 1 landfill.
The MSW, or the MSW landfill.
Class 1.
Yeah.
Class 1, you want to reclaim the Class 1 landfill, the lined landfill, not the Class 3.
Well, I want to stop that leachate problem. I want to make sure that we don't have ongoing costs from now for the next, how many years? It's going to be at least 30. So
But the leachate is the Class 3
Right.
at C and D.
Right now
We're not
it
having
is.
any issues on the MSW.
And I understand that
Okay.
right now, but we have had in the past.
So the boring data that's in here is, it lets you know depth of trash, the soil seals, all of those that are in here. It's a pretty detailed report. And I'm happy to for anybody that wants to go to pour through it, I'm happy to do that when it comes to the Class 1. Some discussion in our meeting last time was, when we were talking about the Class 3 was, and I believe that Commissioner Harris had brought it up, do we want to invest in doing some investigations on the Class 3 to see if that's something that would be of value to you? And I believe, was it you, Commissioner Dodd, you'd mentioned that as well. At the time, I didn't know where our borings were located. I do know now, and they're not on the Class 3. They were all in the Class 1 landfill. So if it's up to y'all and your recommendation how we proceed there with that for values of, figuring out whether or not reclamation would be something that you want to do. I will caution on that. If that happens with the current state of the communications about post-closure with the state, we'd have to do that we'd have to really expedite that process so that we can, and frankly, the boring data from a perspective of being able to figure out how I would go about doing the post-closure activities, just from that would actually be beneficial to me in that side. However, that once that egg is cracked, we'll have to work on it pretty quickly, because the state will then be on their radar with that post-closure.
I just want to interject something so I know, or at least I'm hopefully understanding the statement was made a while ago, that I wanted to go into the lined landfill. As far as I know, the landfill we've got is lined with clay. There is no vinyl liner of any kind. Is that correct?
The Class 1 landfill is lined. The class
lined with what?
Lined with liner.
I don't think so.
No,
I understand it was lined with clay.
The Class 3 is a clay-lined landfill. A Class 1, by definition, must be lined. I don't know where you're getting that data, but it's inaccurate. When you go up to the seam that I showed you on there, you can see the liner expressed at the edge. Can you tell me where you got that data?
Not in this courtroom, I can't.
So Bishop, I'm sorry, did you say, to your knowledge, the Class 3 line? I'm sorry.
No, the Class 3 is clay.
Is clay, okay. And that's the one that's given us the leach.
And I may be, I will say, if I'm wrong, I'll come back and tell you I'm wrong, but it is, I seen fabric on the, huh? I'll eat a big old chunk of it.
I'm not trying to start a controversy, but I do
it wouldn't be the first time that I was.
If
let's say it's clay lined, the clay lining requirements for a Class 1 landfill, even when this landfill was developed, are much higher stringent than the Class. The Class 3 clay liner is. They weren't held to the same specifications.
Well, if it's got a liner, then why are we reclaiming it? Makes no sense to me. We were under the impression that thing didn't have a liner. That's why we were sitting here taxing you with trying to decide how much it's going to cost. Why would we even do it?
I think the question is, why, if we have good data coming back from our engineers about that our Class 1 landfill is maturing in a way that's appropriate with Class 1 landfills throughout the state, why would that be brought up into question?
Well, I can tell you why. Because our water purity is not where it should be, and our mercury count is too high.
Well, there's the question.
Okay, that's. Do we know that mercury is coming from our landfill?
We don't. And I never said it was, but I don't want to think that it is, but how are you going to tell?
That's always the question of the geologist, right?
All right, let's get back on track for a second. We need to verify, which we can do fairly easily, whether the Class 1 is indeed lined with a synthetic liner or fabric. I have my doubts, but we can verify that. So we'll move beyond that. We'll get that rectified. So let's move on.
I will say in the boring data, the last subject here is clay with rock fragments. Boring terminated at 60 feet on F48. Clay with rock fragments at 6 feet thickness. So it may be clay. And I may be seeing some sort of separation fabric at the seam that I'll have to verify.
Could be a buried tarp. Yeah. Yeah. It could be a buried circus tent for all we know. Are you sure it's not an underdrain fabric? Did they put an underdrain perforated pipe there at the toe to try and remove some of that leachate down to a slope somewhere?
The direction that it's going, it is opposite what I would anticipate a filter fabric to go in a V-bottom ditch.
All right.
Say something.
Yeah, Mayor, sure.
All due respect, Bishop, but Commissioner Phillips and I were here when we went through closure and post-closure. There is no lining under that landfill. What you may be seeing is some other type of geomatting or something that's posing to look like a landfill or a liner. It's incorrect. We were here when BFI, actually, it was the first landfill in the country when they welded one liner to another at their current site. Ours was never lined, and so we went through the closure, post-closure, put the clay cap on it, and that's where it is. And we never went to, the county never went to the expense because they started dumping before we got elected in 1990. Commissioner Phillips, there was already trash there. It was basically a dump. It was not a landfill, and then we just kept going, and then we decided to close it. So I can promise you there is not a liner under that landfill.
Okay, as promised, I retract my statement, and I apologize to the commissioner.
Yeah.
I am
I didn't
incorrect.
want you to get away tonight without apologizing.
There you go.
I appreciate you letting me go that long on that one there, Mayor.
Yeah, I don't want you losing sleep over it.
Just when you thought you were done. Yeah. All right. So Bishop, what do we need to do at this point with this financial information and knowing that TDEC has not said, hey, you have X amount of months, X amount of years? Are we just sitting on this for a minute? What is your recommendation?
Well, my recommendation is that if reclamation on the Class 3 is something that you want to go forward with, we probably should get the engineers involved in doing some borings to take a look and see what that material thickness is. Do we have soil seams within it? Is there usable soil that we can use to help in the post-closure process? If it doesn't work out as that, knowing what we have in there is probably a pretty good thing for us to do. If we want more information, which I believe was the intent of the committee when we last spoke.
Okay, so if I understand, this kind of boils back down to the discussion we had with an RFP and Becky Caldwell with putting together an RFP for, in fact, the reclamation or harvesting or mining, whatever you want to call it. And at our last meeting, we talked about, she had, I think, an 11-point report. We talked about perhaps pursuing the first 4 points of that, and one of which was perhaps reaching out to an engineering service that had knowledge about reclamation. Becky asked if we wanted her to come to this particular meeting, and based on our agenda, I said now is not the time. So next month we could get her back. She has actually an engineer in mind that is familiar with this kind of a process. If we want to talk to him or get his thoughts. So if this is the body's still motivated by this, we can bring Becky back at the next meeting and work through those 11 points, with the first 4 being the scope, the deliverables, and talk with an engineering firm about how to move this forward with an appropriate RFP, and about reclamation and what we do if we find materials that are hazardous or enough that would be a stop project type of a deal. How do we handle those materials? Because there's a lot of Pandora boxes that could open up that we are not talented enough to think of, that an engineering group that are familiar with this could foresee and need to warn us about. So if that is our wishes, we can get her back and continue that process.
Does Ms. Caldwell think we're wanting to do reclamation on the Class 1 or the Class 3?
Well, right now, reclamation's a reclamation. We need to tell her what we want, but it is my understanding, based on our conversations, that it was the C&D landfill that's giving us the leachate issues that we're trying to correct. And it is my impression that this body said, hey, let the sleeping dog lie, which is the MSW landfill, that's not giving us any issues. But if I'm wrong at that assumption, let me know. I mean, she can, if we want to pay the money, she can do both and see what it would cost to do both if you want. But again, we got to have a place to take all that trash or process it.
Bishop, what goes in a C&D landfill, supposedly?
Wood, drywall, general building materials. The older the C&D landfill, regulations have changed over the years. I mean, there are probably some landfills, C&D landfills, that may have tires. They may have things that have been placed on, that are currently placed on special waste, in some cases a hazardous waste list, depending upon the age of the landfill. It's anybody's guess once you start cracking into any landfill what you're going to find once you start digging into it.
Is it safe to say, Bishop, that based on the time frame that it's been buried, that a lot of the stuff would be unusable for anything we would want in terms of recycling or reuse, other than maybe the tires?
I mean perhaps plastics, but the value that you gain out of mining the plastics wouldn't
be worth the cost.
No. The wood would be deteriorated. That would be under there. Any of the other building materials would be to a state of deterioration. You're going to find shingles and things like that are in there too, and depending upon the age of the demolition project, what they contain, an asbestos-based shingle causes other issues. The
paint. You'd have to do something with.
Yes, there may be. There's really. in the early days of landfill development, it was kind of the Wild West when it came to the Class 3 landfills in particular, before the regulations started really kind of honing down on what they would allow. And I'm not saying that's the case in our landfill. You know, it could be all wood and drywall, but I'm not really too keen on digging it up to find out.
Do you know how old the Class 3 landfill is?
I know that it is still open. I don't have an exact date on it. I'll have to get that from the engineers.
Mayor, do you know?
Mr. Piercy, basically it was started about the same time, 88, 87, 88, when our landfill was started, from when the Matthews property was purchased.
So we ran a Class 1 and Class 3 at the same time?
Oh, yeah.
25 years?
We just took it out there.
35.
Dumped it.
It's amazing it didn't get over 12 acres big. It's that old.
Mr. Chairman, you know, my idea all along on this reclamation was for the Class 1.
That's right.
Not the Class 3, because I'm kind of like Commissioner Piercy, you know, I don't think you're going to get a lot of use out of rotten wood. You know, might have something you could use as a fuel source out of a asphalt shingle or a tire, but, you know, my concern is how much it's going to cost us in the future to keep maintaining these landfills. You know, you've got maintenance costs, you've got this problem with this water that's coming out that we're not going to call leachate right now. You've got a problem that I can't eat the fish according to state standards that's below these two landfills, and I got a problem with that. You know, I've got family that lives here that we're drinking that water, and Nashville's drinking that water. It's all going to Priest, and that's where most of that water is coming back out of, the Stones River. And I don't care, you know, that it costs much. Yes, I do care, but I think my health and everybody else's health in this county that's drinking this water ought to be taken into consideration as part of this cost.
Right. I'm a huge environmental fan, so don't get me wrong. But let me just clarify one thing. The leachate problem that we are currently battling is not on the Class 1 MSW landfill. Is that correct, Bishop?
That's correct.
The problem that we keep throwing money at is in the C&D landfill. Okay. Okay. All right, so is the desire to get Becky back and continue with the process of the RFP, and we can decide, it doesn't have to be tonight, but when she gets here next meeting, we can decide one or both, or whatever your pleasure is. I will tell you that Eckamore, which is a topic we'll have, a conversation we'll have in a minute, is only interested in reclamation of the MSW landfill. That's because they want the old heavy aluminum cans and the heavy tin cans of yesteryear. That's what they're after. Okay. But I got an issue with Eckamore we'll talk about in a minute.
I'd like to see Becky next month, and we ultimately need a professional consultant to help her write a RFP, and then we decide on the scope. All of the Class 3, all of the Class 1 or both are, but we definitely need her guidance and the guidance of a professional consultant.
Right.
And we've got 15 borings here. Only 4 of them had trash. They're all cutting right through the Class 1. We need somebody to interpret these. I know we have an interpretation here, but this needs to be part of Becky and the engineers.
Yeah.
There may be a whole lot of dirt in that pile, guys.
Yeah, we could be dodging a huge bullet for all we know, but it could be a sweet deal, but you just don't know. All right. Continue on, Bishop.
That's all I have about those questions.
All right. Have we approved your reports? Thank you, Rachel. Bishop, if you'd like to have a seat in the back row here, because you'll be part of this next couple of discussions. Last but not least, other than other business, we want to talk about some updates, and in particular, the Pratt Industries letter of intent. I have Eckamore and Waste-Away. Let me just briefly talk about the Waste-Away and Eckamore thing. I meant up here if you want, Bishop, but you've got a microphone back there. That's fine, whatever you want to do.
On the back row.
You get TV time up here, man.
Come on up here.
Come on. Let's talk about Waste-Away. I bring this just because I want to update you with what I will call, I guess, a breakthrough or a change of course with the city and Waste-Away. Through meetings with the feds and some programs that the feds have, Waste-Away is kind of veering course from their fuel pellets to, or fluff, to the cement industry to burn in kilns, to a new potential of taking the fluff, putting it in an anaerobic enclosure, and letting the bugs eat the fluff, and under compressed air, making that into a liquid fuel. Kind of like gasohol. Remember the gasohol days where we're subsidizing the farmers with a bunch of corn to make fuel? Same kind of concept. And apparently the government is paying large dividends for folks to come up with these new technologies. So the city is now kind of veering off in that direction. So that's my update on Waste-Away. More to come. I think the city is about to go to the council to ask for money to go ahead with the design of that particular facility, which will be about a 2-year build. But anyway, that's the latest update on Waste-Away. So I don't have a lot of confidence in that. We met with Republic, who was partnered with I can't remember the name, but the folks that were going to make jet fuel out of waste, and they still have not, pardon the pun, got off the ground with the jet fuel.
That's Waste Management.
Was it Waste Management?
Waste Management, Republic, all invested.
Yeah, they all invested.
Department of Defense, everybody invested in it.
So I'm just hesitant is all.
Chairman, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Just said that Murfreesboro City, and I've seen the email that came out.
Yeah.
Looking very, looks like they might soon move to make a deal with Waste-Away. Is that what I'm understanding you to say?
They're moving that direction.
Well, here's the problem I've got, and it's the same problem we've got. I don't want them to decide for me what we're going to do, and they don't want me to decide for us what they're going to do. My problem is we're not communicating with them. We haven't been invited, as far as I've not been directly invited that I'm aware of, to any of their discussions. And I don't know, I do know that we've sent emails and said, hey, y'all are welcome, here's what we're going to be talking about. But I'd like to see some city councilmen sitting here listening to our discussion and giving me some input on what they feel like needs to be done before they jump and say, hey, let's do this. And I know if I was a city councilman, I'd feel the same way about what the county's deciding to do. I'd want to have some input on that, especially if we need to work together as a team, and we darn sure do. I mean, I don't care which way we decide to go in the future, but we need to work together. I'm frustrated that I haven't seen a direct invitation from them to come sit in on their discussions. Like, God only knows I've got enough going on, but it's not right that we're not working together and we're not communicating better than what we have been. And I'm frustrated with that.
It is something that needs to be changed. The next 4-year tour needs to do better at those communications. and there needs to be a liaison, there needs to be a team effort, there needs to definitely be more communication. I have tried to do my best to be the bridge between some of that, but it's only because I'm sticking my nose in it. It's not because I'm necessarily invited. I'm just sticking my nose in it.
Well, you could stick your nose in this and make sure that there's an invitation to the Murfreesboro City Councilman and the mayor, and also Laverne, Smyrna, Eagleville, anybody else that lives in this county. It's got some, they've got some skin in the game.
Yeah.
They may not think they do, but they darn sure do.
Right.
I'd like to see invitations to these guys and say, hey, here's what we're going to be discussing. Here's what we're seeing.
Yeah, yeah. It's a two-way street, and it needs to do better. Let me talk about Eckamore real quick. Per Commissioner Chairman P's invitation, Eckamore came down and spoke to myself, the mayor, Steve Sandlin, and Chairman Harris at a meeting next door several weeks ago. Eckamore is in Cookville, a facility there that recently opened that I believe Chairman P went to visit, as well as some others. They talked a good game. They also make a pellet for fuel. They are also targeting the cement industry to burn in kilns. Their pellet versus the waste-away pellet is different in performance, not as good in terms of BTU value and things like that, which really doesn't make a difference in our conversation. But here's where the things got a little squirrely. As I mentioned, Eckamore's desire is to mine the municipal solid waste landfill. They would set up very near the landfill, mine it, process what they can, the recyclables. Not sure, we didn't get that deep into the discussion what we would all do with the spoils or the waste we can't use. But that is their interest. They're after like I said, the old school. They think there's real value in the old school aluminum cans that you can't crush on your forehead anymore, Wayne, like you used to do in MTSU. But here's the problem, and Chairman Harris will attest to this. They had a website full of letters of intent, and we asked for some, who you working with, things like that, and Craig asked for, I think, maybe some specific letters, and the response was, letters of intent are not a problem. We'll get you as many as you want. Am I saying that correctly? Absolutely. Okay, absolutely is the response. Well, one of them on their website was Boozy Concrete. Boozy is a cement producer, national, worldwide, really, and oddly enough, a customer of ours. I've known some of the folks at Boozy for a long time in my trade association, in my line of work. Boozy is also a part of Waste-Away's letter of intent, and in fact, Waste-Away is doing test burns with Boozy. They have a place in Chattanooga, Hamilton County. Well, when I talked to Boozy about Eckamore, they said, we don't know who Eckamore is. And they said, let me see the letter or the website. Boozy said, this is not our letterhead. And by the way, the guy that works for Boozy that supposedly signed the letter, they misspelled his name. So Boozy is saying, this is not for real. So my first gut check was, maybe that's why he said he could get as many letters of intent that we wanted, because there's something that doesn't smell right. So after that conversation with Boozy, I just dismissed that entirely, because I have not approached Eckamore about that. I'm sure they can hear what I'm saying here, and they can come and find me, because, innocent until proven guilty. But Boozy is basically saying cease and desist, and in using terms of fraudulent. So I don't know that we would like to enter into any conversation with somebody that does that. So that's the Eckamore update. We can pursue that however you want to. We can keep talking to them. We can wait for an RFP and see who is all interested, but not news I wanted to hear. So now that brings us to Pratt. We have a letter of intent from Pratt, and as you all remember, and the audience out there remembers, and Jeff, I'll bring you up to speed since you are visiting tonight. Through all the RFP process and the getting down to the short list, Pratt was one of the top contenders in this committee's mind. They were a leader in the clubhouse, let's say. They made the short list. Pratt has sent a couple of different drafts. This is the final one in terms of a letter of intent. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor or Bishop, or those of you guys that are in business and have more of a legal background than I do. A letter of intent is basically just kind of a scout's honor. Hey, we kind of agree right now this has merit. Kind of a letter of intent. If I was a fullback, I guess signing with a college, this is a kind of a letter of intent. There's still hurdles on both sides to go through in terms of legalities, property. They'd have to go through, Doug, they would have to go through planning, I would assume. They would have to do soils tests and so forth, and then this obviously has to go through, I guess, budget committee. It has to go to full commission for approval and so forth. I think you've all had time to look at the letter of intent. It didn't get to us in this form until yesterday morning because they were still trying to make changes. But in rough terms, they are willing to pay a percentage, in round numbers, 70% of the market value of cardboard, mixed paper, recyclables, plastics mainly, and I'm going to call that 1 and 2 plastics. That's all they're really after, which are the good plastics, by the way. The rest they really have no interest in. The rest would have to go to a landfill at this point. There would be their proposal is a 30-year lease on the Sanger Road property, which we have discussed multiple times. They would not need a city sewer connection, which we've talked about in meetings past, about that roadblock. There are 2 houses on there that already have septic.
We sold the other house.
Okay, one house that has septic that we believe.
2 septic fields.
2 septic fields that we believe would be adequate. A 30-year lease proposed at $1 per year, so we maintain the property. Mayor, those are my highlights. What else do you want to add to that?
Well, it would be a 30-year lease with numerous 5-year renewable options. You can see on your SharePoint what the base of the terms are on the renewal. Acquisition of the developed land would be at the end of 30 years. You got 3 options. They can either purchase the land from us, or we can purchase the building and all improvements, which is under acquisition of developed land. It does not include their equipment and machinery. Or we just renew it and continue down the road doing the same thing that we're currently doing. Taxes, of course, they say would be on us because we own the property, but we don't pay ourselves taxes, okay? There would be the due diligence going through and doing the Phase 1 environmental, the geotechnical borings, which I don't see an issue. Rail spur availability, they have looked, and they can't find any piece of property as sweet as what this piece of property would be with the rail spur. You see it up on the screen. The gas company, the LP gas company that is down there already has a spur, and I put them in touch with a firm that is a direct contract with last week with CSX, and this engineering firm, that's all they do. They are the go-to folks in Tennessee. So they're working with them, and they think that it's possible to bring a spur off the spur to reduce the cost. There were going back to, if you go over to the contract, on the recycling processing equipment, something that stuck out to me that they are willing to do, they are willing to help Bishop in organizing the recycling services. But the third paragraph on Article 1 says Pratt will facilitate providing recycling services to the Rutherford County High Schools. And when we asked that question, what would that be? And that would be compactors. They would be willing to put compactors in at each one of our high schools to start that process. There's a large amount of cardboard that comes in through into each one of our high schools because just the cafeterias and all the food boxes on a weekly basis. Probably we might see a compactor for all the water bottles and Gatorade bottles that they sell. You got a school with, what, 1,200 kids or larger? 2,000 kids, and they're going by those vending machines and probably have to refill them several times a day. So that's part of the educational process they talked about, of getting people engaged at the younger age, of getting to recognize them, advertising, putting their name up, and getting them to start planting that seed to recycling. They will pay a host fee of $1 per ton for every Rutherford County government recyclables processed at the facility. And I said, when I started questioning them then, it just had non-Rutherford County recyclables, and I made them put the word government to give more clarity because I was confused on that. But they said, like right now, they have a small facility, and Pratt does in Nashville. They're already picking up, they have an account with Nissan. They pick up all of Nissan's cardboard and all of their plastics that come from that plant, and they take it to the facility in Nashville. All that will stay here because it's inside our border. They won't grandfather that out of the contract. They will pay us for what they're already getting because it was generated inside of Rutherford County. You see that they'll pay us 70%, except till you get to the last part, the mixed plastics, they'll pay 50% of the current market value. I asked the question, how do you determine that current market value? And it's just like stocks or bonds are on the money market. There is a service that provides whatever those, it churns every day, and you can watch the markets on those commodities. What else is there? It's a fairly simple contract that they want to move forward on. There was concerns of, it's 19.54 acres. I reached out to Rob Mitchell today, talked to him about what is the current value, the appraised value for tax purposes on our 20 acres is $822,300. So we would be entering into
repeat that.
$822,300
was the assessed value from Rob Mitchell?
From Rob Mitchell for tax purposes. So I don't know what it would bring on the open market because it's zoned light industrial currently, so it wouldn't have to be rezoned. Am I correct, Doug? And as Chairman said, we wouldn't, when I talked to Mayor McFarland about allowing us, to, once they started talking to us a week or so ago about tapping into the sewer, he said they wouldn't allow us to do that, even though the city condemned the property right before we bought it to run the sewer line on our property now on Florence Road to get to their mulching facility. But as the chairman said, we don't need it because their septic field's already approved by the state and local. They said that they would start out with 19 employees and a maximum of 40. When they got the facility built, it would be a $8 to $9 million facility that they would build. The city was under the impression that it was going to be trash and this would be a transfer station. And I was very straightforward with them. Pratt is not in, as you know, you've heard they've been here 4 times. They're not in the trash business. They are in the recycling business, and that is all they do. They're the 4th largest recycler of corrugated cardboard in the world. They know what they're doing. They're a $2.6 billion company. They have an end product for their recyclables. Their plastic bottles, they contract with the carpet mills in Dalton, Georgia to make carpet from that. Their cardboard gets recycled up to 7 times without it's losing its tensile strength. And they are a large manufacturer for Amazon boxes from the cardboard that they recycle globally. They're building a large facility up in Kentucky as well, so they're moving, but they are really focused on Rutherford County. Because of, I said, well, why don't you wait till the next administration comes in 3-4 weeks. They said, we've been going down this road with this group. We don't want to start all over again and go, I know it's at the last minute, but you know, you don't give up 2 minutes left to go in the ball game either. And that's what they're doing. They're wanting this commission because they've gone down 4 presentations. They understand we've gone through the RFI, RFP. They wanted to make this pitch to us. Some have said, what about selling our 20 acres for commercial because of the sports complex that's being talked about developing on the Horde Farm. I would find it hard for a hotel or anything else to go on that piece of property because the safety factor of crossing the same rail line in 2 different locations, either on Singer or Florence, it just presents a safety hazard for a large amount of traffic crossing over those railroad tracks. I asked Mr. Schultz, Kurt Schultz, he's the one that sent this to us, the regional vice president with Pratt down in Dalton, down in Conyers, Georgia. I asked him about, the city had concern, Commissioner Dodd, they had concern, and you asked me to get for you tonight information, so I did ask Mr. Schultz what he anticipated the number of inbound trucks coming on a daily basis, and he said that would be on the average of 15 to 18 inbound trucks, which is, in the scheme of things, pretty minimum. They would go into a building, into an enclosed building. They would dump the recyclables, no trash, onto the floor, and then they would bale it, and until they get a railroad spur, the next question was how many outbound trucks. He said on the average of 6 per day. And with rail, if they were to get the railroad spur, which is where they foresee taking recyclables and the transportation costs with gases being as high, that would probably be cut in half down to 3 outbound with rail. So they would bale it, take it over and put it in the back of a rail. You can get tell me, you can get into, how many trucks can you get into a train car? 3?
3 trucks.
3 garbage trucks full can go into 1 rail car. So going back to what the city was doing and switching, with our waste-away switching over to going to a digester, all of us went to Sevierville and looked at the digesters that they have using the anaerobic wet, and Chairman P. and Chairman Harris, when we went out to California, we saw in southern San Francisco that wet anaerobic waste facility that we went to that was right on the bay there in San Francisco, and how they turned it into compressed natural gas and filled up their trucks. However, what we learned in Sevierville, those big digesters that ground up and got the bugs going to eat the trash, where were those digesters made? Do you remember?
Germany, I think, weren't they?
China. If you think you're going to get a digester out of China anytime soon, with what we're watching on TV right now unfold in front of us, I think it might be difficult getting a digester, or any digesters, no matter how big or small they are. These guys are serious. They want to do business with Rutherford County. I'm just asking that Mr. Chairman, this is, I believe in Pratt. I think that they can reduce, they said, between 30–40% of our waste stream going into the landfill, which is a huge start that will continue. It would help in the educational process. I talked to Mrs. Barrett downstairs before she got into my office. I was talking to her on the phone, and so this $2.5 million, I said, do you think that $2.5 million, because the money is supposed to be allocated for, it said the word landfill, could you come in and buy compactors if Brad is willing to put them at all of our high schools? Could we not get compactors? I asked Bishop what a compactor costs, and he said between $32,000 and $35,000. So she said she that's a great idea and would take it before them, but that kind of mirrors what, when the Solid Waste Regional Authority, Jeff, was first created, the money from tires sold in Tennessee were to go to the Department of Environment and then buy chippers for the 4 county regions around the state. That never happened. But if this money in this pilot could be used to buy compactors for, let's put one down at Smyrna at the elementary, let's put one in Laverne, let's put one in Coffee County and Woodbury and et cetera, and start bringing those recyclables to this facility here, it makes sense. You've eliminated, based on what they said, the traffic issues. You don't have a sewer issue. I think it's a win-win for Rutherford County. I won't be here, but I think that I'd like to see, Mr. Chairman, this forwarded on to the full commission to let them take a shot at it.
There was, Bishop, I'm going to let you put your 2 cents worth in, but I want to say, and I'm trying to find it, about the out clause. After 30 years, I thought there was something about...
That's on the first page.
First page.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you talk about that, since you've got it located?
Yeah.
After 100, what is it, 180 days or something? Or we have the ability to extend 5 years, but at 30 years, we can, you know...
It's in that, let's see, where's it at? Okay, ground lease terms. The county will ground lease the land to the properties for an initial term of 30 years, base term, with numerous 5-year renewable options to be determined. Base rent shall be $1 per annum during the base terms for all renewable option periods. Properties will have the right to assign the ground lease to a third party, whatever. And then I think if you, let's go to the next page. Talking about a out clause, I think there is one that says that with notice, and that may be over in the other agreement, in Article. Here it is, Article 2.
Yeah, I see.
Shall include initial term beginning September 1, 2022, and then August 31st, 2052. I'll let you all worry about that. Probably won't be here to see it.
But after that, 180 days notice.
Non-renewal notice 180 days before the term ends.
All right. So it's not forever.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Bishop, what does this do? What would this do for you? How does this help you?
Well, the first off, we'd recover tangible income from the tipping fee and from the cost of the commodities. The 70% that we get on county government-generated materials that we'll get, that's a higher value than return that we're getting on the material that we're currently sending to market.
How is it a higher value?
Well, the entity that we take the material to now takes the material to Pratt. So we'll be eliminating that middleman, and we're getting 70% of the whole thing instead of 100% of half of the thing. Another thing is logistically, the location of having the recycle center that's so close and accessible to us during our operations will save us a tremendous amount of money in fuel costs, maintenance, vehicle wear. Currently, for our commodities, the majority of them are going to at nearest Laverne and at farthest the River Hills facility in Nashville. As you can guess, that trip to Nashville, it kills us.
So on attachment A, if you go all the way to the back, the hauling price, they've given us an option. Either Bishop can use our trucks, our fuel, our men, and pick up our recyclables at all 14 of our convenience centers, or here's your pricing sheet that they would use their truck, their men, their fuel, and pick them up, and from like Almaville, they would charge us $10 per haul. You get on down to
Las
Casas or Eagleville, it's $2.25 per haul. But if they're picking up at our convenience centers, what does that do? Frees up your trucks to pick up more trash to take to the landfill, right?
Yeah, that's correct. And the game that we've been playing here since I've come into this office has really been to be able to service all the containers that we have to accommodate the increasing population. This would remove, like I said earlier, approximately a fifth of the containers that we're hauling currently from our haul list. And if we chose to go this direction, the other aspect is too the cost of the haul per load. We still will receive those same returns. This is a separate deal. It's still our material. We're still getting 70% back. It'll just eat into that 70% we're getting back from the cost of the haul. So that's a good deal for us as well. The other, this is kind of an intangible or a side effect to having a relationship like this with a company like Pratt, is Pratt has an end market that follows their locations. So I anticipate that, once they get up to full bore with their operations here, there will be second-party vendors and companies that will want to come to Rutherford County to be in close proximity to these operations that, that utilize packaging containers, their end product materials that they make. Or will be suppliers. It's enticing for a company, for example, Nissan. This is where Nissan takes all of their materials currently. And by the way, we'll receive all of the revenue as if it was part of our grandfathered agreement. So we'll receive that revenue from them as the same as if it were ours. A new company that comes into Rutherford County or an industry that comes into Rutherford County, this will be an enticing factor to them. They won't have to ship or haul their material to Nashville at the closest, or to any other areas out there. So the long-term gain for the county as a whole, and the tax revenue that can generate from these jobs, I think would be a plus. It'd be a boon for us here. And, you know, currently we're at, I believe it was a 9.1% inflation rate. I calculated at there, I split the middle and went 15 loads at 10 tons a load. That we're looking at around 40,000 and some change, 40,560 tons, or 40,560 tons a year are getting brought into the facility using their estimates, and that is 40,560. Well, you can, if you add that inflation as we go over the period of 30 years, we're looking into the millions of dollars of revenue that we'll get just from the host fee, the dollar per ton host fee agreement as it is there as well. So my recommendation is that we go forward with an agreement with this company. I believe that they're good for Rutherford County Solid Waste. They're good for the community, and I've been around this company in my work prior to this job here, and they've got a great track record, and they're thought highly in the recycling community for their actions.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to accept or approve their letter of intent.
That was fast. I said that was fast.
Yeah, and I beg this board to not accept this letter of intent tonight. I'll see if there's a second.
All right, we do have a motion on the floor.
I second Mr. Blair's motion.
We have a second. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. May I, Mr. Chairman? We did a contract with a landfill years ago. The commission did a contract with professional negotiators. We did a contract with attorneys, CFOs, and we're still paying for it. We received a letter of intent here from CFOs of a billion-dollar corporation. Their communication back to them is through their attorney. This contract, the first paragraph says they can assign it day one. Further in the contract, it says that they will facilitate providing services to the schools. Facilitate. They will facilitate. They will consult and facilitate efficiencies of our convenience centers. Facilitate does not mean they're going to give a trash compactor. Facilitate does not mean they're going to go to the schools and pick up. Regardless of what they said, what they wrote down is they'll facilitate services at the school. They say that they're unacceptable materials. Any material that's delivered on our trucks or anyone else's, on our government trucks, if the material is unacceptable, it's on us. It's back to us. They say that on the purchasing agreement, that they reserve the right to change the purchasing agreement as they see fit. So 70% of a product at a current rate, if the market changes, they can renegotiate or change their purchase price for the recycling. I think this is heavy-handed and to their benefit, and the complication of getting this rezoned. I'm not in support of the rezoning at this point. I find it difficult to have semis crossing the same railroad tracks that we're concerned about other constituents crossing. So I'm not, excuse me, the rezoning is us. We're light industrial. I'm not convinced that we need to tell the city that this is going to be a recycling center that close to their sports center. I think that is an issue. That is a concern of mine as a commissioner and as a citizen of Murfreesboro. So there are numerous components of this that I'm not comfortable with. We've had a solid waste director and a mayor look at this, and this was written by attorneys and CEOs and CFOs of a billion-dollar corporation. We don't have the skill set to sign this, in my opinion, unless we have our consultant look at it, whether that's an engineer, an attorney, a CFO. We don't know the numbers. We don't know the cost we're going to save or the cost that we're going to expend. At the end of the term, they give us the right to buy the building that they put on our land. We buy the building, but we can't assign it. They can assign everything, we can't. There's too many dark places in this. Despite the fact they're a trusted company, they're top of my list of being a partner in some capacity. This is putting us down the path of being under the control of a billion-dollar corporation that's doing business in our county.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Phil.
Phil, I'm just going to ask you one thing. You made some valid points. But if you read number 9, it says, the LOI is not intended to be or does not constitute a binding agreement of any of the parties hereto. So those are things that we can negotiate. And those are things that your concerns, which are valuable, those things can be attributed to the negotiations. So if you want to say 7%, then we say what you say. I mean, do you understand? I mean, I'm just trying to let you know that this is not signing into blood or anything. This is simply a letter of intent to negotiate. It can be terminated anytime, according to number 9 that I'm reading.
And I find it difficult to sign the letter of intent, understanding that component. We're going into it disadvantaged. We're going into it with this corporation having the upper hand. And I don't know that we're sophisticated enough to properly respond as it's approaching contract. Granted, this is, your point's well taken. I don't know that I think we're so far behind the 8 ball going into this that it's going to be hard to negotiate a more positive stance. It's my concern. We've had this for 24 hours. And this is a billion-dollar company, multi-billion. What did you say their revenue was?
2.6.
$2.6 billion company against a $780 million county budget with a very sophisticated group of negotiators. And we're not even sure what our numbers are. I'm very uncomfortable without having a professional look at the letter of intent. And we only start negotiating after we've signed it in good faith.
Again, I want to concur with Chairman Harris. We're not signing a contract tonight. We're signing a letter of intent. We were introduced to a professional attorney that dealt with these type issues just at the last commission meeting, if I recall. So, I mean, we've talked about these guys for well over 2 years, and it's all been positive up to tonight. And I don't want to sign a contract tonight, but I do want to move this forward before they take their ball and they go someplace else. And I'm concerned that that's the case now.
Well, if they go someplace else, they're not going to have to pay all this great money we're going to receive. So it could be to their advantage to go to another parcel in Murfreesboro and not pay us $1 a ton. And not, so if it's a good business decision for theirs, if they go somewhere else, it seems to me like they'll increase their revenue. Granted, they'll have some cost of a mortgage on a piece of property. Excuse me for that diversion. Can we have this consultant we just talked to, we met Mike, we met an attorney a couple of weeks ago, we engaged to some extent. Can we have him look at this? Can your motion say that an attorney will look at this before it's executed by anyone? Whoa, what? The LOI can be signed if we make this motion and it goes through the full commission next week. You can sign the LOI, is that correct?
If we sign the LOI, it goes to the full commission. It'll go to budget tomorrow night, okay? If you send it on, it'll go to the full commission on Thursday week, on the 11th, okay? So this is just a letter of intent to start the motion. We've been down this road for 4 years, Phil.
Yes.
We've been down this road for 4 years.
Has an attorney looked at this? Has an
You say
attorney
that
like this.
you don't believe anybody in here is not an expert? I think we know more about trash. This group of men have dug into this. They know more about trash. Now, we'll leave this up to the attorneys to deal with after, and this won't be into the next administration, but at least you're showing, you want to kick the can down the road even further. We've been doing this for 30 some odd years. I think this group of commissioners are prepared to at least make a stand that they want to start recycling with this company. It elevated to the top. It's the best, I think, in the United States at this point, to start working with them. I know you understand, because you expressed to me you're a city commissioner and you're trying to protect the city's interest because they don't want it, okay? They want us, as Mayor McFarland told me, that they need Pratt, the recyclables that go to Pratt needs to go to Waste Away to make that model work. I don't think their model is going to work.
Be that as it may, of all of the I've been to every meeting, every subcommittee meeting for all these years. I've got a great deal of commitment into this, and I've tried to be a voice of reason to this body, and my mentality hasn't changed. So you said you would, if with this vote you will sign this, and it will go to budget and to full commission. The signed LOI will go to budget?
I won't sign the LOI until it passes and you got 11 votes.
The full commission on Thursday.
That's correct.
And will an attorney look at this, gentlemen, before it goes to the full? A environmental council look at this before it goes to full commission on the 11th? Can that be part of the motion?
If that's the will of this commission, we can have Butler Snow, the attorney we've talked to at Butler Snow, who talked to us if that's what you want to do. But basically, this is a very simple contract. I've been reading contracts all my life. I've spent 16 years in the Senate on physical review, looking at every contract the state has. This is a very simple contract. I don't know the fear of going through this, but we just want to make sure that we do our due diligence to make sure our attorney signs off on it and we're not getting trapped. I don't think that's the intent of this company. We want to start recycling. It's a bold move by this commission. This commission, not the next one. They've been studying it for 4 years, and I think they're ready to at least show some intent.
Yes, and I'm a they. I've been on that for these years. And I'll digress because I'm not going to. If the gentleman doesn't have a motion to have an attorney look at it.
Looking at that to the motion. I'll reach out to him in the morning. Yes, sir.
Well, we have a motion and a second to approve the LOL as is.
Either amend that motion.
We would either need to amendment or
change the motion.
We have some questions before we go to a vote. Me and Mr.
Yeah, we're still in debate. We're still in discussion.
I've got several. First, I've looked at Pratt, and I agree 100% with the mayor. I think Pratt is basically the end buyer of almost all recyclables in this nation. You may sell them to Republic or Waste Management or whoever, but then they're going to turn around and sell it to Pratt. And they're going to be able to reduce the amount of waste that we have going into the landfill. I'm all for all of that. I've got some problems after I've dug into this a little further, and of course you're bringing up some of them, Commissioner Dodd, but the hauling cost, $200 per load. And so we're looking at basically, if we did 10 loads at 200, well, it'd be less than that. It'd be 2,400 a day. got the $10 spots, that'll probably jerk it down to about $2,000 a day. How does that compare to what it's costing us to haul them, Bishop?
Without a calculator, I could run one if I had a calculator. Let me look them up. Give me a moment, I'll answer that.
You can calculate for a minute, and I've got another question I'll ask while you're doing that. One of the problems I've got after digging into the contract a little more, I got frustrated when I started seeing if there was a conflict that they would go through a Georgia court. Well, that would be one thing that I'd have our attorney strike right away, or I wouldn't agree to it. You know, I'm not going to a court in Georgia for a local transaction here. So I mean, I've got some problems with what I was reading there. But here's the main problem I got, and I'm not going to be say that the city ought to do this, and then I'm going to turn around and say, well, we don't have to do it. I'd liked, and I heard the mayor say, Mayor McFarland says they will not work with Pratt. I haven't heard anything about the city councilman. Have the city councilman voiced or voted or heard anything about Pratt? I want to know.
I guess it's no.
No.
Well, I personally would like for the city council to have an opportunity to talk to Pratt before I just go slam this down their throat and say, hey, we're going to do that, because I don't want them to turn around and do the same thing to us if they've got something that they think is really a good deal, but I hadn't had a chance to sit down and look at it. So I think it's not right for us to do it for that reason. Now, it's not saying we couldn't get that done by the 11th. Possibly we could. And I don't mind this going to a vote, but questions I want answered, and two, I want to know that our council here and the other people at Smyrna, Laverne, Eagleville have also had a chance to look at Pratt and what they've got. You know, if Pratt's interested in doing this, I think they could make that happen if they want to do that. And I'd certainly like to see them do it. But on the other hand, I still don't have a problem with this going to the full commission for a vote if that's what the full commission decides. You know, whether it comes out of this committee or not, I'm kind of waffling, as you can tell from what I'm saying. There's a lot of good things about what Pratt's offering us. There's a lot of good things there. You know, reduce what's going in our landfill. Recycling stuff instead of throwing it away or burning it is, to me, going through anybody's system. Other problems that I've got, Bishop will come up with a hauling cost in a minute, but getting a buy-in from other people that represent folks in this county that have got skin in this game. I want to know that they have at least had the opportunity to see what we're seeing and saying, hey, this is a good idea, and here's why. And the thing about Pratt that I think is such a good idea is it can augment any system out there. Yes, maybe Waste Away wants all the waste, but is that the most efficient way to do it? You know, if you're recycling something and reusing it like cardboard or a plastic or even a glass or a metal, they're just banging that all together and coming up with whatever they're coming up with. You know, I don't think it's as efficient. I think it's better to recycle the easy recyclable products, and I think it's more cost effective for that from what I've seen over the last 4 years. Having said all that, I still want to know that these other folks that are in our positions have the opportunity to see what we've seen before I try to make a decision that's going to affect everybody.
Mr. Schmidt with Pratt said that after, if a contract was actually signed, not just a letter of intent, but later a contract was actually signed to move forward, basically this is the first step, and then you work out all the bugs on the contract and sign the official contract. But he said, we would love to get into curbside recycling with the cities, Smyrna, Laverne, Murfreesboro. We'll use our people, our trucks, our fuel to pick up all the curbside recycling. We can do that for the cities. They're doing it in other cities. As mentioned in their past presentations, they do business with Waste Management, they do business with Republic all over the country. So as we identified, our top three were Pratt, Rockwood for our C&D at some point in time, and then Republic. There's always going to be a need for a landfill. Some stuff just can't be recycled, right? So there's always going to be a need for that. And even when this closes, we're going to have to haul it somewhere. But this is the first step, and I'll be happy to reach out tomorrow to the attorneys to see if they can. This is a very simple contract.
Robert, the city of Murfreesboro, because right now Pratt offers no curbside pickup, the city would have to pay the expense to put another container out there for cardboard and paper for Pratt, or for their services to pick up and haul. So it's not financially feasible for the city to do that. It would cost them more to put containers and pick up than it would be to get money out for the cardboard. So the city has no interest.
I don't see that happening for 3, 4, 5 years, because it's going to take you 2 years to build the building. And then I think once people start seeing recyclables in large amounts going to a local facility that doesn't stink, that doesn't have large traffic, and it's going into some reusable effect, and the kids in the school are going, don't throw that away, recycle it. It's going to make that carpet in there. You know, you have to start somewhere. Take a bold step.
Like I said, just to recap, you know, what I'm seeing in that contract, I'm just like Commissioner Dodd. I don't like it, and I would never sign it as it is. You know, one thing, the out-of-state jurisdiction on any kind of dispute. A lot of the other things that he brought up there, I don't like. The main thing that I don't like is I don't know. Yes, I understand what you're saying about the containers, but I don't know that Pratt has had direct contact with City Council, have they?
With who?
City
Pratt,
Council.
with Murfreesboro City Council.
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. Steve?
Okay, he's saying Pratt has not had any contact with the city. City ain't tried to talk to Pratt neither. Am I right on that? Because, I mean, I don't think...
Been invited to open invitation, please come. I've personally asked them to please come, have a representative. Each one of the cities, please come. Every time there's a presentation.
I believe, hold on, the bulb is starting to brighten. I believe the city and Pratt have had a discussion, and because of the curbside issue, it was either that or the city set in on one of our meetings, because they said, look, this sounds more like an economic development discussion than it does a solid waste, because what are they doing for MSW? Because we're already taking cardboard and recyclables to somebody else. All we're doing is changing partners. How is that really reducing our reduction to middle point any different than what we're doing now?
Well,
that was the thing. They're saying this is an economic development deal. If you want to sell them land for $1 and do that. So that's where they said, nah, this is not a solid waste.
Well, I recall Darren sitting in on one of our meetings here where we were looking at numbers with Pratt, and my opinion of his conclusion of that is it'd be a good idea. Whether that went back to the city council or not, I don't know.
Well, it went back to the mayor and city manager. Probably not to the council, but it went back to those three.
That's what I keep referring to, the city council. I'd like to see that they've got this same information we got. You know, just like I would like the information they've got from Waste Away that's changed.
Yeah. Well, so let me ask this. Why isn't Pratt here tonight to talk? Why isn't Pratt here tonight to talk?
I talked to Kurt and to John, who were the two that came and made the presentation. They were obligated, and they only got this contract to us late Friday afternoon, like at 4:28, something like that. There were a couple of tweaks. We got it out to you first thing Monday morning. They know that they wanted. They don't mind waiting. They've got plenty of time. They can wait, but they knew that if they start with a new commission after the elections on Thursday, it's going to be another year or two down the road that they're going to have to wait because there's going to be an educational process of new members, and they wanted to take advantage of those who have working knowledge for the last 4 years of what has been recycled.
Have they mentioned or asked to either one of you two how much out of county cardboard or paper or recyclables they need to take to feed that $9 million monkey?
They said they do not require anything from us. They already have their base set up. They're moving operations from their Davidson County facility and expanding onto this new facility. So there were no requirements for any tonnage that would be required from us. I do have a number for you. Now, this is an estimate. It would cost roughly 45% more for us to haul through them than what we currently use for hauling. However, we would free up those vehicles to be able to manage our other waste. So there's some intangibles there that would justify that, but it's approximately in there. Now, there's a couple variables that when it comes to benefits to the employees that I don't have right off the top of my head that I could factor in that, so it could bring that number closer together.
I appreciate you getting those numbers there, but at 45% more, their cost or our cost to haul would be 45% more, but then we've got less trips to make hauling the municipal waste and the other things that they're not taking.
Just for clarity, it's 45% more if they haul than us.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I think a huge number that you haven't included in there is employee. What
that's
you're
correct.
paying your employees with benefits.
Understand. One thing that was asked there, and I do want clarification, are they planning on bringing any outside recyclables to this center?
Yeah, they did
And
say
I'm
that.
talking about,
Yes, sir.
talking about outside of our county.
Yes, sir. And that is, we asked that question specifically, and that included the 12 trips per day, inbound, 6 outbound.
Part of that was the Nissan.
Well, no, if they were to close the small facility in Nashville, and
Their Nissan loads are 3 loads on Sundays.
yeah, but they would close that facility, and whatever's going to Nashville would turn around and come here, and that's still only 12 trucks per day.
I guess what I'm confused about too is there assumption that all the county recyclables just county or the cities within the county?
No, sir, just county.
So do we produce enough for them to warrant?
No. Like
I mean,
said,
I understand Nissan and I understand commercial stuff.
what I said, what's going to Nashville right now, it's coming from Metro, it's coming from other counties going to that facility. It will
come to us.
It will come to us.
Okay.
It's still only 12 trucks per day is what they stated.
Okay, all right. So there are out-of-county board and recyclables coming. It's still a 15-truck day.
15 truck day
Yeah.
with clean recyclables. And the concern about the contaminated loads,
Oh, yeah. As far as the contaminated loads, that's common practice that we have now. So if I take a load to River Hills Waste Management, we're responsible for that. We end up getting back charged if there's high contamination rates. That's that's a real big factor in why we end up taking contaminated plastic loads to landfill instead of taking them to River Hills, because it ends up costing us way more to manage them that way.
That's also one reason why in your budget, we went to some full-time people for you to be at each one of our convenience centers to have more oversight, that somebody's not going to pull up with a bag full of plastic bottles. If they throw the bag and the bottles into the can, then it's contaminated. So you're going to have somebody monitoring each one of your 14 sites, right? Making sure that those are clean loads that are going to Pratt.
That's correct. Also, another thing with contamination is currently we're dual streaming so we're parsing out every bit of material that we're sending to each one of our vendors. In this case, it'll be a modified single stream. We won't have glass, of course, but they're ready to accept our aluminum, our tin cans, our plastics, our ones and twos, and our paper and fiber. So that contamination gets sorted there in their line. There's what would be contaminated at River Hills wouldn't be contaminated there. What they're going to be looking mainly for is to ensure that there's no, leftover food stock in there, that there's no blatant contamination of materials that are non-recoverable, and that is something that we're currently working on to try to better, even in the current model, better the way that we're monitoring and managing the way that that's collected at our centers.
Okay.
Chairman Cush,
Yeah,
can I speak?
you may.
Thank you. I'm going to back this train way back up. The two houses that have septic systems at this site, Doug, can they be used on a commercial project without having to be redone?
A lot of that will have to depend on the size of the system and what they need to do. When it comes to like residential to residential, a lot of times TDEC will let you reuse. A lot of the time, depending on the business, sometimes if it's just like a small restroom or something like that, probably won't be an issue. They'll have to get some sort of a like inspection done through TDEC and kind of a reevaluation, determine if what is there is adequate. If it is, then they should be able to. Okay. But they'll need to get approval from TDEC for that.
Okay, thank you. My second question would be for the mayor. I sat on this commission when the property at Singer was bought. Was the spur track bought from AmeriGas, or did we just buy the property?
Just bought the property.
Sir?
Just bought the property.
So we don't own the spur track?
No, we do not, but
it belongs to AmeriGas.
That is correct. And when I talked to Pratt, they said that they would go to the expense, not us, they would go to the expense of putting another spur off of this spur, which would be allowable by CSX and the engineer we talked to this past week.
Thank you. My other thoughts on this, I'm not against Pratt whatsoever. I asked a couple of commercial realtors to ballpark a price for that property on the open market. They said $2 million plus without any trouble. That's way up above the tax rate that was set on it. I've watched the landfill at Walter Hill evolve from nothing, from a cow pasture to what it is today. I've listened to the horror tales of the stories from the commissioners that were there then, talk about what they thought and what they have now. I don't want to see us make a mistake to grab the first gold ring that comes through this commission. We've put in too much time, too much effort, listened to too many ideas to grab at the first gold ring. Now, I know it's a letter of intent, but still, are we ready for that? We can't get our average household to even recycle their trash yet. To me, Pratt would be 4 or 5 steps on down the road and then bring them in. We're not ready. That's my opinion on that part. As far as what they'll save us, I don't think they'll save us a whole lot. The big savings will be from Nashville, because Nashville's going to bring their recyclables right up there. I almost said trash, but I didn't. They're going to bring their recyclables right up there to them. I don't really think it'll benefit us near as much as it will other counties. We've already got one situation like that now in Walter Hill. We can throw our trash away for nothing, but buddy, we're paying for it on the other side. I hate to see that y'all made the motion to do this tonight. I can't support it based on I don't think we're ready for that. And far as wanting it done before a new commission comes in here, they must think, oh, y'all gonna get beat. Well, I have more confidence in you than that. I think you'll all be back for next month's meeting, for sure. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Steve.
6 coming for
I
sure.
call question.
All right, we have a call for the question. We are voting on the original motion and the second from Commissioner Blair to vote on the acceptance, the letter of intent. Now, I do have a clarification question. You'll notice that there are 2 documents. One is the letter of intent, and then one is titled the Recycling Process Agreement. The county attorney just texted me and said, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, these are really 2 separate documents, and you're really just talking about the letter of intent. There's a place for 2 separate signatures, if you'll notice, on the back, but Nick says it's really the letter of intent that is what we're talking about. This comes later during the negotiation if it goes forward, okay? Is that clear? Does that make sense? Don't go to sleep on me, Wayne. All right, so the motion is for this letter of intent. Should we do a roll call? Should we just by acclamation? Roll call, all right. Rachel? You have the floor. I'm sorry? Yeah. All the discussion about what? Any discussion about what's in this recycling agreement is not part of the discussion.
Commissioner Blair,
Yes.
Commissioner Sereno,
Yes.
Mr. P,
No.
Commissioner Harris. Yes. Commissioner Piercy,
No.
Commissioner Dodd,
No.
Chairman Cush.
Don't you do it. Don't you dare
I'm
do it.
sorry, yes. You're next.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what my heart and my gut says. My gut says no. So that would be 4-3 not to do it. Now, let me explain. I think it has merit. But if it's a good deal tonight, it's going to be a good deal 30 days, 60 days, 90 days from now. We have made a mistake years ago about good intentions with a neighbor that we are suffering the dire consequences for. Would you agree? Huh? Most definitely. We have been diligent. We have been intentional. We have maybe not gone the speed that those would have liked, but I do not want this committee to make the mistake that others did in the past, although I'm sure they had no intention it would be turned into the situation it is now. We got this yesterday. Not fair. Not fair. Like I said, if it's a good deal now, it'll be a good thing 30 days from now. I would have liked to have Pratt sit here and talk to us more. I think that was their mistake. I would have loved to send Mayor Ketron out with a pat on the back as a win, But there is still a lot of miscommunication going on, which we'll talk about. There's a lot of things yet to uncover. We love Pratt. Pratt's a great company, been involved 30 years, family business. You're right. You go to their facilities, the doors open, the trucks go in, there's no smell. You could almost eat off the floor if you dropped your biscuit on the floor. There's no doubt we will probably be doing business with them. But there's enough concern, there's enough unanswered questions, and there's enough uneasiness not to enter into, I know it's a letter of intent. I get that. But like I said, it's good now, it'll be good 30 days from now. And let's have Nick and our environmental guy, let's have Pratt here and talk to us. Get the concerns out on the table, okay? I'm sorry, Mayor. Bishop, I'm sorry. I think the $2.5 million worth of land, if we hold on it for 30 years, it may be worth $10 million. But to tie that land up, I need to see a spreadsheet that says, what is our return on investment? If it's only $50,000 a year, if it's $100,000, is it worth it? Is it worth it? Well, either Pratt or Lisa Nolan, somebody needs to give us some numbers we can really chew through and say, dadgum, that's a good deal. Or if Bishop says, well, hell, it's going to cost us more money to take the trash there. I mean, a great opportunity cost. You take our trucks off the road and you use that to run up and down the road. But I'm sorry, guys. I voted no because I'm not 100% sold. There are still unanswered questions, and I think we deserve just a little more solid information. And again, Pratt's solid. They're on our high list. But if this is good now, it's going to be good a month from now. And Pratt needs to come here and answer some questions for us. Other business. You got anything? Mary, you got anything? No. Where did Blair go? That's some, okay. For sure, this was his last meeting. It may be a half a dozen other of us too. We have, so he can watch this at home later on. Tell Mr. Blair we have enjoyed his company these last 4 years. Goodbye, Wayne. Thank you very much. Jeff, you have a hard race. Craig, you have a hard race. Robert, you have a hard race. You're going to win. Do you have an opponent? So you and Shantor are the only guys for sure coming back. All right. Everybody go out and vote. If you like what you see here, vote for us. If you don't like what you see here, vote for us anyway, because we love what we're doing. All right? Meeting adjourned. Doug, IT Doug, thank you for all your help.